6 decades, the Codex Alimentarius Commission has stood as a beacon of hope and progress in the realm of food safety and international standards. Established in 1963 by the Food and Agriculture Organization FAO and WHO, Codex has been instrumental in creating a harmonized framework that ensures a safety and quality of food products for consumers across the globe. Foodborne diseases, as most of us know, affect 1 in 10 people worldwide. Food standards help us to ensure that what we eat is safe. The United Nations General Assembly on World Food Safety Day on 7th of June 2023 has paid special attention on food standard by declaring the year's theme as Food Standards Save Lives. This highlights the role of established food safety practices and standards to ensure food safety and quality. In this era of globalization, sir, where food products traverse borders with increasing frequency, the role of Codex in setting standards that protect consumers and facilitate the fair trade of food cannot be overstated. Codex standards have not only served as a safeguard for public health, but have also acted as a catalyst for economic growth and trade. International food trade, as per the available data, is about $2,000 billion industry with millions and millions tons of food product marketed, produced and transported. As we celebrate 60 years of Codex, we also celebrate the significant contributions of India to this international endeavor. India, a country renowned for its diverse culinary tradition and rich agricultural heritage, has actively engaged with Codex, both in shaping international standards and in harmonizing our own national standards with Codex. Our nation's journey with Codex reflects a commitment to ensuring that the food we produce and consume is safe, nutritious, and is of highest quality. During the event today, we will not only acknowledge the remarkable history of Codex, but also explore the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. I am pleased to note that we are joined by a distinguished panel of experts whose insights and experience will provide invaluable perspective on the importance of food safety and international cooperation. The conversation and ideas that will emerge today will definitely have a lasting impact on our nation's future contributions to Codex. A word about safety, Fiki sir. We were established as a Codex cell in 2004 under the Ministry of Food Processing Industry that time, and had various shadow committees with whom we worked. This could be Ministry of Food Processing, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Women and Child, Ministry of Commerce, and now eventually with National Codex Contact Point of India's under FSSAI. Trade being an integral part of the food standard development process in Codex, FICI Codex Cell has ensured industry participation with relevant input for last 2 decades. The cell was created with a purpose so that all of us, the food industry members, could come together and support NCCP and providing inputs for the Codex Alimentarius. Since its inception, the cell is actively contributing to the national agenda and also has played a big role in supporting harmonization of Indian standards, guidelines, and codes of practices within Codex. Sir, India, and we are very privileged, is a host secretariat for the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs. We are also privileged that we are the regional coordinator for FAO WHO Regional Coordinating Committee for Asia, CC Asia, and a member of the Executive Committee of Codex Alimentarius Commission. Indian food processing sector is one of the largest, and again, as per some data available, by 25-26, we are going to cross USD 500 billion. It lies at the heart of Government of India's Make in India program, and as we continue our journey to become a hub for manufacturing, not only for the consumers in India, but also the global market. I encourage each one of you present here today, because it's going to be a very, very interesting day. A lot of insights will come in to take away whatever you think is relevant for you. And in conclusion, sir, I would again welcome you and extend heartfelt gratitude to everyone who is here today. who have made this event possible. There is a huge team which worked on this tirelessly, and thanks a lot to them. I wish you all a very productive, enlightening, and engaging seminar as we celebrate 60 years of Codex. May our discussions and deliberation today serve as a catalyst for an even safer, healthier, and more prosperous future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address and setting the context as we celebrate 60 years of Codex. Now, may I welcome Shri, sir, just, I'll take a minute. Yes. Shri Sunil Bakshi ji, Head Science Standards and Codex at FSSAI. Bakshi ji has 40 years of more than 40 years of professional experience. He is a postgraduate in dairy science. He has had almost 14 years of experience working at various levels in NDDB before joining FSSAI. So when we talk of Codex in the industry forum, it is always Bakshi ji is the reference point. He is so much regarded for his knowledge and wisdom in Codex. Currently associated as a member with WHO Technical Advisory Group, TAG, and Food Safety, Safe Food for Better Health. Mr. Bakshi, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anirudh. Shri Sudhansh Pant, Honorable Secretary Health and Chairperson Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. Shri G. Kamlavardhan Rao, CEO of Food Safety Authority, and Shri Raj Rajshekhar, Vice Chair, Codex Alimentarius Commission. Shri Sanjay Khujuria, President, Safety FICCI. Shri Anirudh Chonkar, FICCI. Dignitaries of the dais, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, I warmly welcome you all to this event, which is jointly organized by Food Safety Authority and FICCI. Today, we gather here to celebrate a significant milestone, the 60th anniversary of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. This momentous occasion not only marks a rich history, but also underscores the importance of international collaboration in ensuring food safety, quality, and fair trade practices. 6 decades ago, visionary leaders came together to address the pressing need for global standards, food standards, to safeguard public health and facilitate international trade in food products. The Codex Alimentarius Commission was born then, and it has been a beacon of excellence in the sphere of food safety and quality since then. With a membership of 188 member countries and 1 member organizations, which is EU, Codex Alimentarius represents almost 98% of the global population it's representing. So over the years, the Codex has achieved remarkable success. It has provided a platform for dialogue, bringing together governments, international organizations, industry, consumers, and civil society. These collaborative efforts have led to the development of internationally recognized food standards, guidelines, and codes of practices, which are a product of rigorous scientific research and informed risk assessments. The Codex has played a pivotal role in protecting the health of billions of people worldwide. It has ensured that food products are safe, nutritious, and free from contaminants. Its science-based standards and guidelines have enhanced consumer confidence and facilitated global trade of food products, contributing to the economic growth and development worldwide. As regards India's participation, India has been a member of the Codex Alimentarius Commission since 1964 and contributing to the international food standards development process. With the modest participation in the beginning in the work of the Codex, the country has made very large strides in this context over the period of last 2 decades. India's permanent hosting of Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs, our engagement as coordinator for FAO WHO Coordinating Committee for Asia during the period 2015 to 2020, then co-hosting of sessions of Codex committees on pesticide residues, food hygiene, and contaminants in foods, proposing and leading work for the development of various standards for various food products, and also proposing work on the development of code of hygienic practice for street vended foods in Asia, and at the same time also proposing development of a standard operating procedure for how CC Asia should work. And besides that, the chairing and co-chairing of various physical and electronic working groups within the Codex system, and above all, having an Indian as vice chair and chair of the Codex for 6 years. These all are a testimony of India's ever-growing involvement in the work of Codex and its commitment towards food safety at the global level. In turn, but India has also benefited from its association with Codex. In fact, the synchronous timing of India's growing participation in Codex work and setting up of the new food safety regulatory regime under the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 has been instrumental in shaping the new national food control system by way of effective utilization of the already available international risk assessments and Codex standards in the domestic regulatory framework. Thus, the need for duplicating work of the Codex at national level was avoided, and more so in light of the limited resources that we had at that point of time. The partnership with Codex at the global level has ensured that India's food regulations are in harmony with the international standards, thereby helping Indian producers and exporters to compete both in the global as well as domestic markets. And above all, it has facilitated capacity building of our regulatory authorities, scientists, and professionals in the area of food safety. At this juncture, it will not be out of place to mention that Food Safety and Standards Authority of India has been playing a big role in the endeavor while discharging its critical function as the National Codex contact point since 2012 and driving stakeholders towards active and meaningful participation in the Codex work. It's also important to mention here that contribution of various stakeholders, in particular Sifty Fiki, which established a dedicated Codex cell within the organization, and they have been supporting the National Codex contact point in this endeavor of participating meaningfully in the work of the Codex. So while we celebrate the accomplishment of Codex over the past 60 years, it's an opportune moment to reaffirm our commitment to further the cause of food safety and quality. It's a time to encourage further research, innovation, and collaboration to address emerging challenges and continue the progress we have achieved. At the same time, we must also acknowledge the challenges ahead. As we face evolving threats to food safety and quality, such as emerging pathogens, climate change, and evolving consumer expectations, the Codex's role becomes all the more important and critical. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the future, let us redouble our efforts. Let us embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Let us stand united, inspired by the ideals of Codex, as we continue to shape a world where food safety, quality, and fair trade prevail. The Codex Alimentarius Commission will remain at the forefront of this effort, driving global food safety and quality standards that empower nations and product consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving the perspective of Codex work in India. May I now request Sri Kamala Vadna Raoji, IAS and Chief Executive Officer of FSSAI, a 1990 batch IAS officer from the Kerala cadre. Shri Rao has also served as Director General of the Ministry of Tourism and Chairman and Managing Director of India Tourism Development Corporation. Shri Raoji, please. Sir.
Good morning, everybody. Today's chief guest and who has come here to inaugurate today's conference of 60 years of celebrations of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, Sri Sudhansh Pant, IAS, Secretary, Health, Government of India, and the Chairperson of Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, Sri Raj Shekharan, Vice Chairperson of Codex Alimentarius, Sri Sanjay Ji, Sri Anirudh Ji, and my dear colleague Sri Sunil Bakshi Ji. International participants here and the scientific community, and the community from the food industry, and my dear colleagues from FSSAI and the Ministry of Health, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everybody. I think now this year of 2023, India is in a mood of celebrating too many things. India is in a mood to celebrate. We have celebrated 75 years of India's independence, and we have celebrated, now we are celebrating 60 years of, we have celebrated G20. The G20 is in a very big way. We have celebrated in more than 60 places, and with 200 meetings of international standards, and where international community could get an opportunity to travel length and breadth of this beautiful country and experience all other things, watching at the civilization, 5,000 years of civilization of this country, as well as enjoying India's cuisine, which differs from district to district and state to state. And we have also celebrated or celebrating still the International Year of Millets, which was declared by United Nations thanks to directions given by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. And we, from November 3rd onwards, we will be celebrating World Food Conference, which is happening in New Delhi, which will be again inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister. So we are in the mood to really have big celebrations in a big way. We also meanwhile celebrated Global Food Regulators Summit was conducted here in New Delhi, thanks to everybody's efforts here. We are talking about, when we talk about the food, we are talking about 9.7 trillion valued economy of the food globally as per Food and Agriculture Organization's statistics, and out of which majority of the food, as all of you know, is cultivated or grown or produced by USA, Brazil, India and China. China tops the list of the food producers in the world, and India alone produces 132 million tons. This year it is estimated by the Agriculture Ministry that we will be producing more than 133 million tons of rice and 107 million tons of wheat, oil seeds 37.7 million tons of oil seeds, and 27.6 million tons of pulses. And we are leading, India is leading in milk production with 221 million tons. 10 years back it was only 110 million tons, but we have gone to 220 million tons in the milk production, so and so forth. In the fruits and vegetables also India is leading. And internationally, when you look at the global climatic changes and the environmental effects and environmental challenges, we were just going through some world reports from the FAO, is that in the Northern Africa, particularly the Eastern Africa, they are suffering from lack of proper rainfall last year. It may cause little bit minimization of the production there, and Europe also is really suffering due to the draining of rivers there, and due to the climatic change, the production levels also may come down. These are the international indicators of the global production levels. And coming to the Codex Alimentarius Commission, which sets standards for the 180 participants countries, and even WTO takes this as a text in harmonizing all the standards while conducting bilateral, multilateral trade throughout the world. We in the sense all the food safety commissioners globally and the departments concerned, they are in touch with the embassies of the world while they are trying to harmonize. In India particularly, we invite the ambassadors of various countries here, and we interact with them on regular intervals while exchanging the new standards which are setting in various committees and various scientific panels that FSSAI has established. You know, all of you know very well that earlier, before liberalization, food, every country was having their own food. Now, food of America is eaten in New Zealand, New Zealand food is eaten in India, and Russian food is eaten in Africa, African food, so on and so forth. So it is internationalized. The consumer habits are changing. So the impact is also having, we have seen in the COVID, how human life has taken a big attack. It is attacked by this COVID in unprecedented way. So our immunity system, the kind of food that we are eating, has really come for testing. Some countries, people have seen, after we see more than 7 million people passed away during these 2 years, and some countries have withstood maybe because of this immunity which has been developed due to the food that they are eating. So it is high time that that we really set standards, global standards, in a highly scientific manner, because of the vulnerability of the food and the susceptibility of the contaminants entering into our food is increasing day by day. I was just talking to Sri Rajashekaranji, the Vice Chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission. I was just referring to him about one scientific report that I have studied about the heavy metals which are getting into the soil throughout the world, because the soil carries the heavy metal so easily, whether it's the cadmium or mercury, so arsenic. These things enter into vegetables and the fruits that we eat regularly, because human mind also now it is changing into more towards health because of the corona impact. So we would like to have real good quality stuff. So people are shifting away from earlier food habits to the modern food habits. Therefore, they are trying to look at the good standard food to be consumed. So then it becomes really imperative for the scientific community to see that the real standards are established and safe food is delivered to the public globally. So we are having the various new committees are coming up. Nutraceutical committees were not there, but every country has constituted nutraceutical committee, committees on the pesticides. They are working very strongly. When we talk about the global perspective, we send after due process. I must mention about the kind of process that is adopted here in our country is highly democratic. Once we come out with kind of findings from the scientific panel, we place it before the scientific committee, and again there is a thorough discussion. The scientific committee invites the industry and interacts with the industry and takes their concern, and from there it goes to the ministry. From the ministry, it goes to the food authority, where again the industry is a part of the authority. Then it goes to the ministry. From the ministry we notify. Once the draft is notified, it's not the end of the matter. Again we invite comments from the industry and the civil society. Again it is placed before the scientific panel. Again it goes so it's a highly democratic setup that we have established here. And of course in European Union, it goes, before it becomes a law, it goes to the parliament also. And here it is the entire civil society and the stakeholders and the industry are regularly in touch with the officials and the scientific panels in FSSAI. And I'm sure in other countries also similar kind of exercise taking place, which is really required, because it is ultimately it is a quality which is very important. It is a food safety which is important internationally. So I really congratulate the kind of efforts which is happening at the Codex Alimentarius Commission level, the representatives of WHO, representatives of FAO. I was watching some of the YouTubes and the speeches of the scientific community internationally. It is extremely important. I think we are making some efforts to convert them into vernacular languages and make it available to the common people, where in India, which has got multiple languages, people will be accessible to these languages and they'll watch their speeches and the findings of various committees which are constituted at the international level by the Codex. The last year we have participated in the Codex Alimentarius Commission's meetings there in Rome, and this international interaction at the global level and at the regional level will certainly enhance the understanding capacity of each and every country, and I'm sure we'll come out with better alternative technologies. If it is plastics, I was reading one report in Netherlands. A professor has conducted studies in 17 countries, and he said that they are finding microplastics in the human blood, which is extremely alarming and disturbing. So the children who consume milk through plastics, for 2-3 years, these plastics, microplastics are getting into the human blood, that can we think about an alternative technologies in the food packaging? This is another issue which I have raised before Sri Rajshekharan ji. So let us contribute something to the next generation. Let us because we are living in the most technologically most advanced society ever lived in the world. So whatever standard that we are setting, I'm sure it will help the future generations. With this, I conclude my words. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views and also taking us through the role of India. Indian food contributes in the global arena. You shared and also raised the concerns regarding the contaminants and that we need to be aware of. Thank you once again for your keynote address, please. Now, may I request Shri Rajshekar, Vice Chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission, to please deliver his address. Shri Rajshekar is currently Vice Chair of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, the joint FAO-WHO food standard setting body. An economist by training, he has over 40 years of experience in agricultural policy, food regulations, international trade with the New Zealand government, and has represented New Zealand in numerous bilateral meetings and at international organizations, including FAO, WHO, OECD, and WTO. Now, may I request Shri Rajshekar ji, please deliver his address. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar. Dr. Siddharth Pant, Sri Kamalavardhan Rao, Sri Sunil Bakshi, Sri Sanjay Kajuria, and Dr. Aniruddha Chonkar, and my good friend Sanjay Dave, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure to be here again in India. I was here 3 months ago as part of the 60th, India's hosting of the G20 celebrations. I was reflecting on what I should be talking about at this meeting, and a question came to mind: where do I start? Codex has been such a huge part of my life and career, so I was reflecting on what should be. So I'll start off with a story which goes back to my early days in the New Zealand government. Those were the days when I didn't have a gray hair on my head. I was walking around the office and I was introduced to various people, and the person taking me around bypassed one gentleman who was sitting in one corner, and he said, that guy works on something called Codex. I don't know what it is. You probably don't have to worry about it either. I mentioned that simply to highlight that Codex in many countries was an obscure program. It hardly had any recognition and profile. And those were the days when food safety was buried at national regulatory agencies and really didn't have the focus. Today, food safety is a mainstream, and Codex program is very much right across, embedded within every organization and every government. And food safety is a huge priority and part of the global agenda in terms of not merely food security, health protection, and trade. So all of these have come together. And with that, Codex itself has matured, both in terms of global profile and recognition. You only have to go back to the early days of Codex. I talk in terms of game of two halves. The first half, which was pre-WTO, when Codex was very much focused on what were traditional recipe-style standards, as they used to call them. The focus on commodities, reflecting some of the traditional preoccupations of regulators around prevention of fraud, deceptive practices, and so on. I should say these issues are still very important. Every country has to ensure that products that are presented for consumers are wholesome and safe and so on. But the world and food industry and food sector is much more complex and intertwined. And with that, Codex work program has also evolved significantly. So the early days, the membership of Codex was very small, restricted to a small group of developed countries, and it was very much seen as a bit of a club. But again, today, it has now reached almost to the maximum number of countries that are around in the world, 188 member countries and 1 member organization. And I think with that, we really know that Codex is now a truly global organization with full participation of all member countries. And with that, of course, there have been challenges in terms of how do you enable countries to participate in the whole standards development process to ensure that Codex standards are in fact reflect the interests of all members. Food safety is the same. The priorities are the same, whether you are in a developed country or a developing country or a middle income country and so on. All governments take food safety seriously. Food safety doesn't get noticed until when something goes wrong. And that's where Codex comes in. Codex really provides the foundations for national food regulation and health protection and trade. So participation in Codex has been a key priority. Just looking at Codex itself as an organization, post-WTO, the organization received new recognition and status. Codex standards suddenly became the international benchmarks, particularly the food safety standards. And the TBT agreement, the companion agreement to the SPS, and both the agreements are mutually reinforcing. They provided the wherewithal, the foundations, and the global rules-based structure for recognition and advancement of Codex standards. It really was a big shot in the arm of Codex in terms of its global agenda, reach, and focus. And we can see that. Even over the last 10 years, the agenda of Codex has changed significantly. We have the international food area has changed substantially with the advancement of new technology, consumer preferences, tastes, environmental challenges, and above all, the broader concerns around climate change and sustainability objectives. All of these are having a huge impact in the way Codex operates, its horizon scanning, the expectations from members on what it should be delivering. So that, in fact, places a huge agenda and responsibility at a global level. But I want to touch briefly on an important concern and an issue for Codex. It is, in fact, in the current strategic plan. That's Codex objective around increasing impact through recognition and use of Codex standards. It's all very well for Codex to be developing standards, but ultimately they're intended for maximum application by all member countries. So that is legitimately a significant objective of Codex, and a lot of focus is going on in how to measure the impact. What are the impacts of Codex standards when they are adopted by country? Is it measured in terms of reduced foodborne illness? Is it measured in terms of market access and improving opportunities for trade? Is it around better public health outcomes? Is it better reduced environmental contaminants in food? Better microbiological outcomes? A whole lot of measures and metrics are there that can be used to measure. But the key thing is there is a real focus and recognition on the importance of encouraging countries to use Codex standards to the maximum extent possible. And this is where the role of the parent bodies of Codex, FAO and WHO, along with partner groups like the STDF and the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, many multilateral players are now getting involved in providing the support and the necessary technical capacity building. And that's again, an important element that Codex recognizes as helping promote its standards and making maximum uptake and use of international standards at the national level. I should talk briefly around the focus into the future. As I mentioned, it's a game of two halves. The first half was really much early on. Today, we are really forward-looking, and we have a real opportunity for Codex to look ahead to some of the challenges. You already mentioned climate change is a major concern in many countries. And climate change, for example, around New Zealand waters, there are pathogens and marine biotoxins that we didn't have 10, 15 years ago. So the world is changing. Global warming is having an impact. Environmental concerns, the need to reduce the heavy use of pesticides, some of the other chemicals that are coming into use, the need to protect against microbial contamination. Somebody said food safety is constantly evolving. Whatever the stage of development, new pathogens are emerging, and we need to be prepared both as regulators and at a global level as an international standards body to address these challenges. So key priority going forward is to see what are the impact of these broader drivers on the future of Codex work. And I'm looking forward to the panel discussion later on today, to where we can call on some of the experts who are very much working in this field and share their thoughts and perspectives as a forward-looking. I very much see these sort of events not merely as an opportunity for us to celebrate Codex and its achievements over the past, but to see what does the future hold. What is the future agenda? How can we shape the future of Codex and ensure that it continues to meet the expectations and provides the fundamental guidance that members need to ensure that ultimately all foods that we consume is safe for human consumption. Sri Kamalawardhan Rao mentioned about the globalization. 15, 20 years ago, you didn't have many Indian foods available around the world, but today Indian foods are available almost in every corner of the world, and so is, in fact, and it's all very much driven by consumers, the globalization, people traveling, people expectation to have the same kind of food, whatever they want, wherever they go. So that again signifies a huge growth in global trade. Again, he has mentioned the value of global trade, which is over 2 trillion or 2.5 trillion, and it is going to go significantly. Again, Codex plays a significant role in ensuring that we have products that are not merely traded safely, but also in a sustainable manner. So there is going to be a growing focus around how do we ensure that Codex, while aligning very closely to its core statute, which is to protect the health of consumers and ensure fair practices in food trade, how can we ensure that its outputs address the food safety dimensions when countries are having to implement policies to address the challenges around sustainable agriculture, environmental protection, and the need to reduce contaminants and so on. So the Codex has an important role going forward in all of these areas, and I look forward to the participation of members in the development of the new strategic plan. I also want to mention briefly during this brief introduction my own observation of India's journey in Codex. I think it's been nothing short of remarkable, and India's profile and recognition in Codex is there for all of us to observe. And I think it culminated with the election of Sanjay Dave as the chair of the Codex Alimentarius Commission in 2011-2014. And over that period also, India has been elected to host one of the important areas of international trade, spices and culinary herbs. And India is already doing a splendid work in that area. I was joking to Mr. Sudarshan this morning. You know, it's a job that is going to be never ending. You know, if you look around the spices around the world, there are so many. I think it could be another half a century or more before you even think about whether you. But that takes me on to what is going to be the shape of future standards. Is it commodity standards as we know them today, or is it something else? So again, all of these things are all part of the global conversation, and it is important for us to reflect going forward how we can work together in this area. I would just simply like to finish once again thanking India for the opportunity to be part of your celebrations. In fact, this seems to be the year of celebrations. Last week I was in Chicago at the IDF summit, where again we had an opportunity to celebrate Codex 60, but also I learned that it was IDF's 120th anniversary. So they are twice as old as Codex. And I also heard this is the year when the World Organization of Animal Health is celebrating its centenary. So it's all happening. And I was also very pleased to have been here earlier this year as part of the G20 celebrations. So I'm looking forward to sharing later on in the program the panel discussion, where we'll bring out some of the more specific perspectives I've discussed. And but I thank you again, and I thank the host for inviting me to be part of this important and momentous event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for taking us through the role of Codex that plays in the member countries with reference to food safety, setting standards, sustainability, trade, and others. Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Sri Sudhanshu Pant-ji, IS Chairperson, FSSAI. Sri Sudhanshu Pant-ji is an Indian Administrative Services Officer of 1991 batch of Rajasthan Cadre. He's bachelor's in engineering electronics from IIT Kharagpur, currently Secretary Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Sudhanji sir.
Thank you. Namaskar, good morning. आज के इस राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार के उद्घाटन सत्र में उपस्थित हमारे FSSAI के मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी आदरणीय श्री कमल वर्धन राव जी, कोडेक्स कमीशन के उपाध्यक्ष एवं बाहर से पधारे हमारे आदरणीय श्री राजशेखर जी, फिकी से सिफ्टी के प्रेसिडेंट आदरणीय श्री संजय खजूरिया जी, हमारे FSSAI के साइंस एंड स्टैंडर्ड्स कोडेक्स के हेड आदरणीय श्री सुनील बख्शी जी, फिकी से आदरणीय अभिनव सिंह जी, आदरणीय अनिरुद्ध छोंकार जी, यहाँ उपस्थित विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से, उद्योगों से, साइंस कम्युनिटी से, कंपनीज से, सरकारी विभागों से, नॉन गवर्नमेंटल एजेंसी से और मीडिया से पधारे समस्त सम्माननीय प्रबुद्ध नागरिकगण, देवियों और सज्जनों, सर्वप्रथम तो मैं FSSAI को बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि फिक्की के साथ मिलकर उन्होंने ये सेमिनार रखा जो कोडेक्स के 60 वर्ष की यात्रा को भी एक तरह से सेलिब्रेट करता है, उसका उत्सव मनाता है। फूड सेफ्टी बहुत व्यापक क्षेत्र हो चुका है और एज अ फूड रेगुलेटर जो FSSAI समय समय पे कार्य करता है, रेगुलेशन जारी करता है। यदि आप पिछले 10 साल के जो एफर्ट्स हैं उसको एक साथ उसका कंपाइलेशन देखें तो महसूस होगा कि कितना काम रेगुलेशन के क्षेत्र में किया गया है। छोटी से छोटी चीज़ जैसे ध्यान में आई उसको किसी न किसी तरह से रेगुलेट किया गया और सब व्यापक जन स्वास्थ्य के हित में किया गया है। पहले अभी भी विश्व के कुछ क्षेत्रों में फूड सिक्योरिटी भी इशू है, लोगों को भोजन नहीं मिल पाता है। हमारे देश में भी आंकड़े तो बदलते रहते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जिनको शायद पूरी तरह से भोजन नहीं मिल पा रहा है। लेकिन उसमें जो गवर्नमेंट की फूड सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स थी, फ्री राशंस हैं, कई तरह से फैसिलिटेशन है, अब वो संख्या बहुत कम हो गई है। कम से कम हम इस स्टेज पे तो पहुँचे कि लोगों को भोजन किसी न किसी रूप में मिल रहा है। अब भोजन अथवा पेय पदार्थ किस स्टैंडर्ड का है, सेहत के लिए उसका क्या असर है, सेहत के लिए उपयुक्त है या नहीं, ये उसके आगे के इश्यूज हैं। उसमें यदि आप देखेंगे, चाहे फूड सेफ्टी एस्पेक्ट हो, चाहे हेल्थ एस्पेक्ट हो, चाहे पैकेजिंग का एस्पेक्ट हो, लेबलिंग का हो, FSSAI ने बहुत अच्छा काम
किया है पिछले कुछ समय में। और कोडेक्स जो एक विश्व स्तरीय संस्था है, उसका बहुत सक्रिय सदस्य FSSAI रहा है। कोडेक्स विश्व स्तर पे कुछ स्टैंडर्ड्स सेट करते हैं, FSSAI देश के स्तर पे कर रहे हैं, और हमेशा प्रयास ये रहते हैं कि दोनों को हार्मोनाइज किया जाए। जैसे अभी हमारे पूर्व वक्ता राव साहब कह रहे थे कि न्यूजीलैंड का खाना आज इंडिया में खाएंगे, इंडिया खाना US में खाएंगे, तो आज सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ है कि जो हम खा रहे हैं उसका स्वास्थ्य पे क्या असर है। बहुत से हर दिन आप कहीं ना कहीं सुनते हैं, देखते हैं किस चीज़ का क्या इफ़ेक्ट्स हैं। ख़ास तौर से मूवमेंट चला है, जो हमारे बच्चे और जो टीनेजर्स आजकल भोजन ग्रहण करते हैं, वो उनकी प्रेफरेंसेस, फूड प्रेफरेंसेस अलग हैं। कितनी हेल्दी हैं, कितनी नहीं हैं, ये देखने की बात है। बट ये डेफिनेटली है कि कुछ फूड प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में अवेयरनेस काफ़ी बढ़ गई है, स्टैंडर्ड सेट हो गए हैं, फिर भी रेगुलेटर और इंडस्ट्री का ऐसा रिश्ता है कि रेगुलेटर को बीच बीच में चेक करके जहाँ फाउल प्ले होता है वहाँ इंटरवीन करना पड़ता है, कार्रवाई भी करनी पड़ती है। इंडस्ट्री को भी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल तरीके से जो है फूड प्रोडक्ट्स लाने पड़ते हैं। मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज़ हैं, क्या जो विश्व के दूसरे देशों में अगर कोई US बेस्ड मल्टीनेशनल है या स्विट्ज़रलैंड बेस्ड मल्टीनेशनल है, वहाँ जो उनका फूड स्टैंडर्ड, जिस स्टैंडर्ड का, जिन पैरामीटर्स पे वहाँ वो सेम प्रोडक्ट को बेच रहे हैं, क्या हमारे देश में भी उसी स्टैंडर्ड के प्रोडक्ट को बेच रहे हैं? चाहे वो चॉकलेट हो, कॉर्नफ्लेक्स हो, या कोई भी प्रोडक्ट हो, केचप हो, या डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं। US में एक पर्टिकुलर ब्रांड का केचप, उसकी क्वालिटी क्या है, और इंडिया में उसी ब्रांड के केचप की क्या क्वालिटी है, या फॉर दैट मैटर किसी भी फूड आइटम की। तो क्या विश्व के दूसरे देश में निवास करने वाले जो नागरिक हैं, क्या उनका स्वास्थ्य ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है एक भारतीय के स्वास्थ्य की तुलना में? तो ये सब प्रश्न भी पूछने हैं, ख़ास तौर से जो बड़ी और बहुराष्ट्रीय कंपनियां हैं जो विश्व के कई देशों में कारोबार कर रहे हैं। एक आर्गुमेंट हो सकता है कि हमारे स्टैंडर्ड्स जो हैं हमारे देश के, उस स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से हम यहाँ पर उस प्रोडक्ट को बेच रहे हैं। लेकिन हमारे स्टैंडर्ड मान लीजिए फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर आइटम, जो जिस देश में वो प्रोडक्ट बन रहा है, जहाँ हेडक्वार्टर्ड है, उससे अगर कम भी हैं, तो ये तो किसी ने नहीं कहा कि हमें मिनिमम स्टैंडर्ड्स ही फॉलो करने हैं। वी कैन ऑलवेज गो अबव द बेस लेवल। तो ये सब चीज़ें कई हैं जो चीज़ें कई बार मन में आती हैं, चिंता भी होती है, क्योंकि कोई खाद्य पदार्थ किसी दूसरे देश में टेस्ट करते हैं तो कुछ अलग स्वाद आता है, यहाँ पर वो चीज़ करते हैं थोड़ा अलग आता है, फिर मन में विचार आता है कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है। तो खैर ये सब बहुत व्यापक सोचने के विषय हैं। हेल्थ पे फूड का जो इम्पैक्ट है वो जग जाहिर है, मेरे अधिक कहने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मैं आपको ये कहना चाहूँगा कि भारत सरकार पूरी तरह संवेदनशील है, फूड रेगुलेशन को और वर्तमान समय के साथ उसको उपयुक्त करने के प्रयास चल रहे हैं। नया फूड सेफ्टी बिल करीब करीब तैयार है, और प्रयास है कि उसको जो आगामी सत्र होगा संसद का, उसमें हम पेश कर सकें। काफ़ी व्यापक विचार विमर्श के बाद वो बिल तैयार किया गया है। उसमें कई प्रावधान ऐसे हैं जो आज के युग के हिसाब से उपयुक्त हैं, और पुराने जो हमारा एग्जिस्टिंग वर्तमान में जो फूड रेगुलेशन बिल है उसके स्थान पे नया एक एक्ट, फूड रेगुलेशन एक्ट जो वर्तमान में है उसके स्थान पे नया लेजिस्लेशन आएगा, ऐसी हम उम्मीद करते हैं। Today we have gathered here to commemorate a milestone of immense global significance, which is the 60th anniversary of the Codex Alimentarius. A lot has already been said about this commission by the previous experts, but we do realize that there is a pressing need for international standards that ensure safety and quality of food products. The science-based framework adopted by Codex gives it a preeminent position in the areas of safety of human health and fair trade practices. However, to make this process more inclusive, it is important that developing countries are encouraged to actively participate in the Codex meetings. We are happy that the Asian region as a whole is playing an active role in Codex related work. ये भी कहते हुए मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि अगले माह कोडेक्स की जो एनुअल मीटिंग है, शायद रोम में है या कहाँ पर, उसमें भी हमारा प्रतिनिधि मंडल एक जाएगा, उच्च स्तरीय प्रतिनिधि मंडल, जिसमें मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी होंगे, FSSAI के एक अन्य अधिकारी होंगे, और मंत्रालय से भी एक, स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय से भी एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारी उसमें सम्मिलित होंगे। हम भी अपना कोडेक्स में भागीदारी, कोडेक्स के अनुभव से सीखने के प्रयास वो भी निरंतर करते जा रहे हैं। We must also acknowledge the immense progress we have made in our journey to ensure food safety and quality. India's commitment to Codex standards has not only strengthened the safety of our food supply, but has also positioned us as a responsible player in the global food market. कुछ बीच में मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ जो लिखित टेक्स्ट मुझे दिया गया है, so that ऐसा ना हो कि बिल्कुल ही मैं डाइवर्ट हो जाऊँ सब्जेक्ट से। We must also recognize that the world of food safety is dynamic. New challenges and technologies continue to emerge, and we must adapt to meet these changes. Collaboration and ongoing participation in Codex activities are essential at the forefront of food safety. Let us not merely reflect on our past, but also envision the future. This is a moment of introspection, since we are kind of celebrating the 60 years of the Codex. We, all of us, also have to strive together for a world where no one is left vulnerable to unsafe food, where we bridge the gaps to access to safe and nutritious sustenance. This demands a collective commitment to science, collaboration and innovation. सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यहीं पर है, सभी लोगों को पौष्टिक, सुरक्षित खाद्य पदार्थ मिल सकें। जिन लोगों को आज नहीं मिल रहे हैं उनको भी प्राप्त होने लगे। तो ये सबसे बड़ी चुनौती विश्व के सामने और देश के सामने भी है। भोजन तो किसी प्रकार का मिल जाएगा, आजकल आप सब सुनते होंगे किस प्रकार से, हमने खुद देखे हैं, फलों को बड़ा करने के लिए इंजेक्शन लगा देते हैं, क्रॉप्स को बढ़ाने के लिए कर देते हैं, किस तरह से कौन कौन से इंग्रेडिएंट्स यूज़ होते हैं प्रोसेस्ड फूड्स में, दूसरे उसमें कौन से सेफ़ हैं कौन से नहीं हैं, वो सब चीज़ें देखने की हैं। Let us work together to ensure that Codex remains at the forefront of global food safety, setting standards that safeguard public health and promotes fair trade. We would also like to express our gratitude to Codex, to all the member countries, and to the set of dedicated individuals who have contributed to this cause over the years. Let us together ensure that safe, nutritious, and high quality food is a right for every person on this planet, regardless of where they are born or what they can afford. अंत में मैं आप सभी से ये आह्वान करना चाहूँगा कि जिस भी क्षेत्र से आप हों, साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी से हों, सरकारी महकमे में हों, इंडस्ट्री से हों, बिजनेस से हों, मीडिया से हों, तो सबके लिए सेफ, न्यूट्रिशियस, उच्च गुणवत्ता का भोजन, खाद्य सामग्री उपलब्ध हो जाए, ये सभी को प्रयास करने हैं। भोजन कई तरह के होते हैं, हम लोग खुद क्या खा रहे हैं पता नहीं लगता, उसके क्या आफ्टर इफ़ेक्ट्स होंगे। लेकिन आजकल के युग में जिस तरह से नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज़, सो कॉल्ड लाइफस्टाइल डिजीज़ बढ़ रही हैं, कई चीज़ें हैं, कई रिसर्च पेपर्स हैं जो कई तरह की बीमारियों का सीधे हमारे खान पान से लिंक करते हैं। बहुत सी चीज़ें ऐसी हैं। तो उस बारे में न सिर्फ हमें सचेत रहना है, बल्कि हमारे सभी जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, अगर सब में जागरूकता आए, सब में कमिटमेंट आएगा, हमारे रेगुलेटर भी और अधिक जागरूक होंगे, तो निश्चित रूप से ये जो स्वप्न है हमारा, सेफ, न्यूट्रिशियस एंड हाई क्वालिटी फूड इज़ अ राइट ऑफ एवरी पर्सन, ये इसमें हम सफल हो पाएंगे। तो आज इस अवसर पर आपने मुझे आमंत्रित किया, आपके समक्ष आकर मुझे प्रसन्नता भी है और गर्व भी है, और मैं आशा करता हूं कि जो पूरे दिन के सेमिनार है, इसमें कई सेशंस होंगे, ये सभी के लिए लाभदायक रहेंगे, और हम सभी यहाँ से जब जाएंगे तो कुछ न कुछ इस कॉज के प्रति अपनी कटिबद्धता को हम सिद्ध कर पाएंगे। पुनः ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को, FHSAI को, फिक्की को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, और आप सब जो प्रतिभागी यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए हैं, आप सबको भी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
श्री सुधांश पंत जी का उद्घाटन भाषण के लिए बहुत बहुत आभार। With this we come to an end to the inaugural session. It was an enriching experience to hear the dignitaries who shared their thoughts on the 60 years of Codex. Thank you for providing us with the insights to all the dignitaries. Now, as a token of appreciation, may I request Sri Sanjay Kajuria ji to please hand over the green certificate to Sri Sudhansh Pant ji, please. Sir, आप so थोड़ा सा वहीं से लेना पड़ेगा। Thank you, sir. संजय जी सर, श्री कमला वर्नल जी को भी एक ग्रीन सर्टिफिकेट प्लीज। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। श्री राजशेखर जी, Shri Sunil Bakshi ji, sir. So with this, we come to an end to the inaugural session. We'll break for the tea for 20 minutes, and then we will rejoin for the technical session 1 in another 20 minutes. Yeah, thank you. Avilo, excuse me. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everyone to please take your seats. Now we are starting our second session, which is the technical session. So we have Dr. Avilo Oching Pernet, former chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission. Since she couldn't join in the physical mode, she has sent a recorded message, and we are going to run the AV for her. Dr. Avilo has been engaged in various activities related to Codex, food standard, food safety and quality nutrition, water and animal health since 1999. She served as a Codex Alimentarius Commission Vice Chairperson from 2011 to 2014 and later as the CSE Chairperson from 2014 to 2017. She has spearheaded several important global and regional initiatives, including the establishment of a UN World Food Safety Day, achieved with overwhelming support from Codex members, FAO, WHO, and the UN. May we have the AV, please? Thank you.
Distinguished representatives of the FICCI, the FSSAI, and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, distinguished members of the organizing committee and partners, distinguished key speakers, distinguished participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed very privileged today to be able to address to you a few words on this wonderful occasion of the celebration of the Codex 60th anniversary in India, in Delhi. Unfortunately, I could not join you due to prior commitments. However, I look forward to the next opportunity that I will be able to come and celebrate Codex and continue the advocacy work for food safety in India and in the Asian region. The outline of my talk will be as follows. First of all, I will talk about the Codex Alimentarius as a global public good. I would also like to highlight the important milestones that we are celebrating in 2023. Then I will look at the current food safety challenges while asking the question, have they all been resolved? Then finally, I will look at Codex and food safety challenges and see what we can anticipate. Well, indeed, dear participants, the Codex Alimentarius is a global public good. Why? Because there is global ownership of the Codex Alimentarius Commission by all its members. No one single member is entitled to say that Codex belongs to them. While we recognize the parent organizations, FAO and WHO, and Codex members are also members of those organizations. So there is indeed global ownership of the Commission. Over the years, there has been an increased participation in Codex meetings. And it was very interesting for me to look at the statistics of the first session of the Commission, which took place in Rome, Italy, from 25th June to 3rd July, 1963. On that occasion, the Commission was chaired by the USA, and there were 3 vice chairpersons from the Netherlands, New Zealand, and Poland. And I was also very pleased to note that among the members elected to the executive committee of that very first session, India was there. So the members were Argentina, Australia, Canada, India, Senegal, and UK. So we can see that India has really been at the beginning of Codex and among the pioneers undertaking, carrying forward Codex work. At that session, there were 120 delegates, there were 30 countries and 16 observers. So that was 1963. Now, this year's Commission session has not yet taken place, so I could not refer to those statistics. Nevertheless, I looked at the statistics of the session of 2022, which was the 45th session, And there were 163 member countries. So we have 133 more than 60 years ago, one member organization, and 47 observers. That means 31 observers more compared to 60 years ago. So there, again, we see the global participation in Codex meetings. And of course, there is the universal application of Codex standards. We know that Codex standards are developed based on scientific advice provided by the expert bodies, and that there is no distinction between developed and developing countries as to their application, and their application should ensure the protection of all the world's consumers. So that is the universal application of Codex standards. Now, 2023, we have several milestones to celebrate. Indeed, the highlight of the year is the Codex 60th anniversary, and here I would really like to extend my warm and heartfelt congratulations to the Codex Alimentarius Commission, as well as to all the members and to India in particular. We're also celebrating, or we should mark the 20 years following the 25th Codex Alimentarius Commission extraordinary session, which met to review the results of the FAO-WHO evaluation of Codex that was in February 2003 in Geneva. And we know that that evaluation resulted in a number of changes in the way Codex undertakes its work, and it also resulted in an increased efficiency of the Commission. Also, this year, we are marking the 20 years after the official launching of the Codex Trust Fund in 2003. And this, of course, is worth highlighting and celebrating. This year as well, we mark 20 years of risk analysis in Codex. Well, to remind you, the adoption of the working principles for risk analysis to be used in the framework of the Codex Alimentarius was undertaken by the Commission in 2003 at its 26th session, following the finalization of the development of these principles by the Codex Committee on General Principles in 2003. Among other milestones that we should recall on this important occasion is also the 60 years of the GMPR meetings. That means the Joint Meeting on Pesticide Residues, which has met annually since 1963 to conduct expert assessments of pesticide residues. Well, JECFA is older because it has been operating since 1956, so JECFA is 67 years old, but congratulations to JECFA too. And the other expert body that I wanted to highlight, the GEMNU, the Joint FAO-WHO Expert Meetings on Nutrition, have been meeting since 2009, and they're 14 years old. I would also like, on this occasion, to highlight the 5th anniversary of the World Food Safety Day. Indeed, as you recall, the resolution instituting the celebration of the World Food Safety Day on an annual basis was adopted by the UN General Assembly in December 2018. So all these are wonderful occasions for us to celebrate and to recall the important work relating to food safety and to Codex. Now, as I try to organize my thoughts around the topic that had been assigned to me, I first of all wanted to know whether the current food safety challenges have been resolved. I will not go into all the statistics, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, which were published by the WHO on the global burden of foodborne diseases and also the costs related to foodborne diseases. But the question is, looking forward, where do we stand today? I had to note that Listeria, Salmonella, E. coli, hepatitis A or E, and others are not often in the headlines. Yet, foodborne diseases due to contamination of the food by bacteria, viruses, chemicals, etc., is still a major public health challenge in all countries, believe me, in all countries. Yet I ask myself, in this day and age of virtual and viral communication, why is it that food safety has not yet become a household term? Is it because food safety specialists policymakers and regulators, academicians, etc., are keeping the food safety secret close to their hearts, and that they're not communicating this crucial and essential information to the general public? Or is it generally accepted that everyone knows the importance of food safety? No, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we need to do more. We need to raise awareness about the importance of Codex food safety and quality standards. Let us put food safety in each factory, food outlet, kitchen, on each plate, in each school, workplace, hospital, etc. That way we will proactively contribute to reducing the burden of foodborne diseases. I have been invited to talk about the future of Codex standards and food safety. However, before looking ahead, I decided to look back to see whether the current Codex and food safety challenges have been resolved. Because if they are not, will we not carry them with us into the future? Taking the analogy of a train, I realized that foodborne diseases are like a train that is in constant motion. It carries some original or permanent passengers. Here are the foodborne diseases like Salmonella, Listeria, E. coli, and so on, who are ever present, although they may alight at various stations, only to board the train again later. And then there are other new passengers, intentional or opportunistic, who will board the train, in large numbers perhaps, shake up the entire train compartments to the extent that they monopolize attention. For example, melamine contamination in milk, dioxin contamination in animal feed, and so on. And these new passengers might alight from the moving train due to measures taken to basically literally chase them out of the train. However, they might board the train again in future. Therefore, my conclusion is that while we will be confronted with new and re-emerging foodborne diseases in the next 10 years, the food safety risks that we are currently facing will continue to plague our world and thereby make the burden of foodborne diseases even worse. There are some golden sayings which are very relevant to our discussion today. For example, prevention is better than cure. Indeed, we all agree. So here, food safety education is very important. We also say health is the greatest wealth. True, because if you're ill, you cannot do any work, you're not productive, and indeed, it is a burden on the health system, to your family, and you are just miserable and just sitting or lying in bed. So food is a major contributor to our health and well-being. Whether you live in the north, east, south, or west, you need to eat safe and nutritious food in order to sustain your health. Furthermore, however rich a person may be, he or she only eats food and not gold or diamonds. Unsafe food will make you sick, whilst safe and nutritious food will enable you to recover from your foodborne disease. Because during the treatment phase, safe and nutritious food, which is adapted to your condition, will be part of your therapy, will be part of your treatment, and it will help you recover. Indeed, we know that when a person is sick, when he or she doesn't want to eat due to the sickness, we really don't know what to do. However, as soon as they regain their appetite, the relatives, the hospital staff take a sigh of relief, as this is a clear sign that the sick person's health is improving. So let food be our medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, food is making people sick. We have talked about foodborne diseases, but there are other diseases related to the nutrition. Overnutrition, malnutrition, undernutrition. Non-communicable diseases such as cancer, diabetes, hypertension, metabolic syndrome, which are due to lifestyle changes and changes in our diet, are very prevalent today. We consume foods which contain too much sugar, too much fat, and too much salt, and these have an impact on our health. Indeed, Codex certainly has a role to play to protect consumers' health through, for example, food labeling. Another golden saying goes like this: mens sana in corpore sano, a healthy mind in a healthy body. So once again here, food safety education, advocacy and awareness will be paramount in future. As the saying goes, it is better to help people in order for them to help themselves, and self-help is the best help. Therefore, food safety training courses should be offered to stakeholders, especially small and medium-sized enterprises and micro-food businesses, street food vendors, etc., so that they can ensure that the food that they sell is safe. In addition, consumers should be empowered with the necessary food safety knowledge and skills so that they can ensure that the food that they consume is safe. Now, looking ahead, what are the Codex and food safety challenges that we will face? Well, there are emerging and re-emerging food safety risks: bacteria, viruses, chemicals, and so on. These should feature in the emerging risks networks which have been established. And indeed, it is our duty as food safety specialists to highlight this fact whenever these discussions take place. An important subject which is now on the global agenda is the antimicrobial resistance and the One Health approach. Ensuring food safety should be amongst the recognized objectives. Climate change. Indeed, climate change is a driver of emerging risks for food and feed safety, plant and animal health, and nutrition quality. There is an increase in zoonotic diseases, and here Codex will be called upon to collaborate closely with the World Organization on Animal Health in the development of the relevant standards. In 2002, the Codex Secretariat undertook a survey on the use and impact of Codex texts. Now, the results of this survey should be followed up in order to ensure and see what could be done to ensure a greater impact of Codex standards. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon all of us to be practical. We are very good at theory, but now we should also gear up and be practical and turn our theory into practice. And we should also practice all the advice that we give to the others. Furthermore, we should take every opportunity, whether at home, at work, in conferences, in our family circles, to highlight the importance of food safety by adapting the language to the target audience. We should not wait for conferences to take place and then start talking about food safety, or talk about food safety only within our circle of experts, but we should put it out into the public, into the general public, and spread the word so that indeed food safety Codex standards become household words. Sustainability. In this word sustainability, we have sustain and ability, the ability to sustain. Now, looking at Codex and some of the challenges that we're still facing today, and I hope that we will be able to resolve them in future, the issue of funding has been a long-standing issue on the Codex agenda. The sustainability of funding for scientific advice. We know that without the scientific advice, we cannot develop the Codex standards. The sustainability of funding for the Codex Trust Fund, which over the 20 years has indeed enabled developing countries to participate more effectively in Codex standard setting work. We should invest in the youth for a bright Codex future. Here we're talking about the sustainability of efficiency of Codex. Indeed, the future of Codex are our youth. Let us engage the youth in national Codex activities and also involve them in the discussions on the global Codex agenda. Delegations should strive to include at least 1 or 2 young participants in their delegations to Codex meetings, so that they can learn. They can learn and later on take up the task of spearheading Codex activities at the national level, but also at the global level. Partnerships for Codex and food safety. We should foster partnerships across regions and sectors for Codex and food safety. We should strengthen national commitment for Codex and food safety activities and also ensure that the necessary resources are provided. And furthermore, we should increase efficiency of national food control systems. Food safety, water and sanitation. In the Codex definition for food, water is included. Yet, we find that there is a separation when it comes to data, for example, on foodborne diseases and data on waterborne diseases. Indeed, food safety includes water safety, and foodborne diseases and waterborne diseases are interrelated. We should recognize the importance of the environment, sanitation for food and water safety moving forward. We should also ensure better collaboration and coordination among the relevant national and international bodies dealing with food safety, water safety, and sanitation. Food safety should be highlighted whenever there are discussions about food security or nutrition. Undergo current discussions on food systems. Food safety should also be part of the subject. Food safety is at the heart of food trade and, of course, ensuring safe food on the domestic and importing countries' markets. We should ensure food safety as we adopt novel foods and novel feeds. And another very important subject is that of food allergens, where we find that incorrect labeling or undeclared allergens have a severe impact on allergic people. So also with the globalization of the food trade, there is a change in people's diets. In remote areas in developing countries where till a few years ago, people were just consuming what was produced in the region or in the area. Now you find prepackaged foods from all over the world, which are sold even in the small village shops. Now we have to take into consideration that maybe these populations have not been exposed to either the ingredients, including the food additives, and allergic reactions could arise for these people who are now newly exposed to these new foods. Also, food contact materials should be looked at closely because they are and could be a major source of contamination and a risk, food safety risk in future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the G20 this year was presided over by India. And during my trip to India, I was very inspired by the logo which I saw, in fact, which I first saw at the airport of India's presidency of the G20. And in that logo, it's written, "One Earth, one family, one future." Indeed, food safety is that invisible thread which unites all of humanity, because we all need to have safe and nutritious food to sustain our health. Now, the G20 logo was very, very interesting for me, and I did some research to find out what it meant. And I was very inspired to see that it juxtaposes planet Earth with the lotus, which is India's national flower, which reflects growth amid challenges. The Earth reflects India's pro-planet approach to life, one in perfect harmony with nature. In addition, the theme of India's G20 presidency, "One Earth, one family, one future," is drawn from the ancient Sanskrit text of the Upanishad. Essentially, the theme affirms the value of all life, human, animal, plant, and microorganisms and their interconnectedness on the planet Earth and in the wider universe. When I read this, I really felt that what we are talking about, food safety, food, is at the heart of this preoccupation. So indeed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I personally believe that India has a role to play in putting Codex and food safety on the future global agenda. So as I indicated, India was among the elected members of the first Executive Committee in 1963. And there, India demonstrated the leadership role that she wanted to take on the issues related to food standards. May these excellent discussions trigger future food safety initiatives and events to promote Codex and food safety in India, at the regional level and at the global level. Drawing on the success of India's G20 presidency, India could consider spearheading the organization of a global food safety conference in India to promote Codex standards, food safety, food quality, food hygiene, and nutrition, among others. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers for having given me this wonderful opportunity to address you on this auspicious occasion of the celebration of the Codex 60th anniversary. Thank you very much for listening to me. May God bless you all with good health, peace, joy, and prosperity. Thank you.
That was very inspiring from Dr. Avilo. We will send her a formal thank you note officially. I have just an announcement to make that at 5 p.m. we will be having a cake cutting celebration, and CEO Sir Shri Kamalavadana Rao, he has accepted and he will be here by 5 p.m. For that cake cutting ceremony. Now we move to the next session, which is a panel discussion on the Codex in the next decade. So may I request Shri Rajshekharji on the stage, please, on the dais. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sudarshan, Chair, Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Hubs, CCSCH. Shri Sunil Bakshi, sir, Head Science and Standards, Codex FSSAI. Dr. Vinod Kotwal, please, ma'am. Request you on the dais. She is the Member Secretary, National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority. Shri Aditya Kumar Jain, Senior Manager, National Dairy Development Board. Request. We have online Mr. Tom Black, AG, First Assistant Secretary, Exports and Veterinary Sciences Division, Australian Government. He will be online. So please check that he is joined. I will request Dr. Rajshekhar to introduce the panelist while you begin with the discussion. Is that fine? Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I think it's past midday, so good afternoon, everyone. It is, in fact, my great pleasure to be moderating this panel discussion with this distinguished panel comprising of very experienced people who have had a lot of work that they have supported in Codex. So it is again my pleasure to be managing this discussion. I will start off by introducing the panel, and we will start with, it's no particular order of priority, so please just bear with me while I get the... Let me start with Sri Sunil Bakshi, head of...
I have a request.
Okay.
Sorry, we missed Hello. Extremely sorry, I think. So there was a confusion that he's making as a speaker, but he was also in the panel. So I'm so sorry.
Thank you for that. And I should have picked up that too. So, my apologies. So let's start with Mr. Sunil Bakshi, head of the Science and Standards Codex at the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. I will not, in the interest of time, if it is okay with Sunil, I think most of the audience know Sunil, and I often used to say he's the face of Codex because I've dealt with India, and I've seen him so many times and worked with him. It's been a real privilege to work with him. So I look forward to Sunil's participation and contribution to this panel discussion. I'll next move on to Dr. M.R. Sudarshan, who again, one of your distinguished representatives on Codex. He happens to be the chair of the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs. It's one of the most recent committees of Codex, and it has already got a very good track record in terms of developing international standards. And as I mentioned at the beginning, it's got a huge agenda ahead, and I think he's got a lifetime of job, so you're not going to be retiring anytime soon, post-retirement, so to speak. So welcome to the panel, and we look forward to your contribution. I'll move on to Mr. Matt Kovac, Chief Executive Officer of Food Industry Asia. It is indeed a great pleasure to have you, Matt, as part of the industry voice at this panel. As you know, Codex standards are not for government alone. It is for industry, and industry plays a huge part in the development of sound, robust standards that not merely based on sound science, but also meet the needs of the international marketplace. So welcome to this, and we are really looking forward to Food Industry Asia's perspectives on some of the both current and emerging issues and interests. And I would like to recognize Tom Black. Can you hear us, Tom?
I can hear you, Raj.
Thank you so much. Tom is standing in the place of Nicola, who was going to be joining us, but unfortunately she has had to pull out at the last minute. So Tom, welcome to this panel discussion. You're participating remotely from Canberra, I presume. And Tom is the first Assistant Secretary of the Export and Veterinary Services Division of the Australian Government Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, overseeing regulation of Australia's exports of meat, dairy, fish and eggs, non-prescribed goods and certified organic products. Tom, again, has had a significant involvement in Codex work. In fact, I remember participating in a number of executive committee meetings with Tom as the member for the Southwest Pacific region. So welcome, Tom, and we look forward to your contributions to the discussion, and I'm sure you'll bring up some of the perspectives that Nicola Hinder had in mind, particularly in terms of Australia's leadership and host country role as the chair of the Codex Committee on Food Inspection and Certification Systems. So welcome to the panel. I would now like to introduce Sridhar Dharmapuri from the, he's part of, sorry, I'm getting confused. Vinod Kotwal, Secretary, National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority. Vinod, again, is has been in Codex for many years. Previously, I knew her again in her previous role in the FSSAI on Codex. And welcome to this discussion. I understand you have even written a book on Codex. So we have, we have much perspectives to share at this session. I look forward to your contribution. And in your current role, I think it is going to be quite interesting to hear some of the interface between food and nutraceuticals. And so I think we will have some opportunity to talk about it. And finally, I'd like to, but not the least, I'd like to introduce Sri Aditya Kumar Jain, Senior Manager, National Dairy Development Board. Welcome to this panel discussion. I believe you were also at Chicago last week at the International Dairy Federation Summit. And again, I think given the significance of dairy standards in Codex and India's own importance of Codex and India's long history of dairy industry, so it's in fact going to be very useful to hear not merely Aditya's perspectives on current standards, but also the future directions in terms of the food standards as it relates to dairy products. So we have a very distinguished panel, and I'm looking forward to this panel discussion. Just to give you, before we start the ball rolling, I have already given you some of the perspectives, and you've heard earlier this morning from Avilo some of the issues and challenges that Codex has. And so all of these, I think, will feature in one form or the other in the questions to help the process, and I'm conscious of the time, so we will try and manage the discussions as efficiently in terms of the time. We have, to help the discussions, we have broken up the panel discussions into three broad segments. I'd like to start off by inviting the panelists for a broad takeaway on their impressions of Codex over the years, the journey in Codex, and what are some of the big issues and big headlines, so to speak. So I'll be inviting participants to make some brief comments on that. And then the second part of the discussions will focus very much on Codex in the multilateral setting. You might have heard me say in the morning about the importance of collaboration. Codex does not work in isolation. It is part of the global community, and food safety is not just an internalized responsibility of any one agency. It requires strong collaboration. And if you add in the element of environment, climate change, sustainability issues, you have many players in the international scene. So what does all this mean for Codex in the multilateral context? So we'll try and explore a little bit of that in the discussions. And the last part of it is the future of commodity. What is the future standards going to look like? Is it the traditional standards as we know them? What are our respective perspectives on the future outputs of Codex as a whole? So there is much to cover, and I'm really looking forward to the exchanges that we are going to have with the distinguished panelists. And I'm hoping, if time permits, we will certainly also be looking forward to having some interaction with the audience. And we will invite the floor for some questions. And we'll finish the whole session with a brief one-line statement from all of the panelists as to what is their vision for Codex for the future. So be prepared, panelists, for the discussion, a very interesting discussion. So let me kick off. Perhaps I'll start off with the panelists who are joining us remotely. So I'll start off with Tom. I'm not going to put you in a spot, but briefly, can you briefly describe your Australia's perspectives and thinking in terms of how the journey we have all made in Codex? What is your takeaway of the current situation, and what are the big runs on the board, so to speak? So Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Raj. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with everyone today. And my apologies that my camera is not working. It's always right when you need it to work that it doesn't. So I apologise. Thank you to the organisers for the opportunity for Australia to present today as well. And may I reiterate the apologies of Ms. Nicola Hinder. Look, we're at a key moment in the history of Codex right now, the 60th anniversary, and it's wonderful that you're coming together to celebrate that. For Australia, we have always been very active in the Codex sphere, and I was listening to the early address. We were there at the beginning, and we're very keen to remain there. For us, we are very proud of the achievements of Codex right across the board, but particularly in the context of CCFIX. We've been the host nation since its inception in 1991, and I'm very proud of the work that the committee has done over many, many years, including this year. And this year we had the first fully hybrid Codex subsidiary body meeting as a test case for Codex, and we think that that's worthy of celebration in a 60th year, because it shows that we can adapt and be efficient and responsive to the needs of the global community. Looking forward, well, there's an awful lot to talk about in terms of how Codex can contribute to, tackling those key global issues. We need to ensure that Codex remains efficient and responsive, and that is why Codex should not unnecessarily narrow its top-down strategic priorities to particular standards or certain elements of environmental sustainability, for example. By doing that, we would be doing the One Health agenda an absolute disservice. We think we should retain the flexibility within the Codex system to consider issues as they arise and to develop standards as they are needed, including those that can deliver sustainability benefits. And finally, perhaps and noting time, so I don't want to go too long, people are the key to Codex, and they always have been the key to Codex. We're pleased to celebrate the achievements at CC Fix, and we presented a bit of a retrospective of all the people that have been involved, some from the very beginning. Really, it's the incredible wealth of knowledge within people that we need to ensure grows and doesn't diminish, particularly as some of us get older and we move to the end of our careers. How do we encourage the next generation of leaders in the Codex system to ensure that we can all eat safe food into the future? Thanks, Raj.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for those comments. You've already touched on a couple of themes that you will have a chance to explore a bit more. One is sustainability, and the second one is the current and future successes of CC Fix and some of the future agenda and where things are going to go. So we will have a chance to do look at that. I'm going to turn right to my right, and perhaps I could ask Sunil for some brief observations on how you see Codex, what are the big takeaways, and what are the big headlines, if you were to describe how things have been in Codex, what is your vision going forward, and so on. So brief comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Raj. In fact, when you shared the questions with us, I was sort of pleased to note that these questions were quite comprehensive, and it prompted, churning off very important thoughts, very critical thoughts in us, and so that we are able to respond to these questions. And accordingly, I have made certain notes, and I'll be referring to these notes not to miss out on anything. As regards Codex, I think I mentioned it in my opening remarks also, that Codex was something which the world was looking forward to when this organization was set up in 1963, because there were fragmented pieces of legislation and standards activity was not that developed. And food standards being very important in terms of maintaining safety in the market, and so therefore the role of the Codex is quite important in that context. So over the years, I think most of the countries initially might not have been participating to that extent in the Codex. And as we also mentioned, that we also had a very modest beginning in the work of the Codex in maybe late 90s. But personally, I have been associated with the work of the Codex since 2001. And I could see that what a sea change has taken place in the working of this organization since then. Maybe earlier we were focusing on, as you said, that focus was mostly on having standards, commodity standards, and focusing more on developing of these standards. But over the period of last 1 or 2 decades, now it's more on the horizontal issues, because with the onset of WTO agreements and globalization of the food trade, and more focus being, or more awareness being there on food safety issues. So the focus of this organization has also shifted to these issues like presence of contaminants and issues of nutrition, then consumer information, and obviously fair practices in trade, because there is globalization of food trade also. So the organization is moving ahead with these concepts, and it has made large strides in framing very safety standards for food products. And I feel that this activity is going to continue, but Codex is now also aware of the fast changing environment that is taking place, which is throwing many challenges in front of this organization. And I believe that this organization, now having the support of 188 countries and one member organization, it will be able to keep pace with these emerging challenges, and will be addressing most complex issues that come in front of us.
Thank you, Sunil. You have covered it very well in terms of describing the journey, so to speak, both of India and also sea change, as you described, in terms of the global environment. I'll now move on to Mr. Aditya. If you could just briefly share your thoughts from a dairy industry perspective in particular, how you have seen this journey, and what are the big headlines in terms of where Codex is today.
Thank you, sir. Codex actually is already the backbone of the many domestic standards in many countries, including India. And when it comes to dairy sector, we embarked upon an exercise to harmonize the standards during 2012 to 2017. The journey still continues, but the major chunk of the regulations were harmonized during that period. And it was a good learning experience. It was a good experience to know what our country needs and what we can get from the Codex during that exercise. As I always say, harmonization is not just adopting what is there in the Codex, but it is an exercise of repeatedly assessing what is available there and what we need in our country, and adopting or sort of accepting what is available. Now, when it comes to Codex, it will continue to be a reference standard and a guiding light for many countries in the decades to come. And apart from its technical work that is at its core, it has recently also reviewed the format and layout of its standard to improve readability and accessibility of standards, which is again very important. And I will say that Codex will continue to evolve. Codex will continue to respond to the issues that it faces within its mandate, and that we are fortunate to be celebrating 60 years of Codex. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. You have raised some good points, which we'll cover. One of them is obviously the referencing of Codex standards at the national level in this context. And I think I note that anticipating the next panel discussion around capacity building, one of the big issues that I have found is many countries want to use Codex standards, but looking for assistance on how to apply and recognize Codex standards at the national level. So I'm glad you mentioned that, and we will have a chance to pick up what are some of the impediments in relation to advancement of adoption of Codex standards, and by deduction, the advancement of the food safety agenda. Just wanted to check on Tom, you can hear us okay?
Absolutely.
Yep, thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank you. I'll now move to my left. Vinod, I'd invite you to share your thoughts on the question.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajshekhar-ji. As Bakshi-ji said, when you shared the template for this panel discussion, I was also taken back down the memory lane, because I have not been associated with Codex on a day-to-day basis. So I also had a time to reflect on the work which was done, and I must also share with all the participants who are present here that I was fortunate enough to attend the 36th session of the Codex Alimentarius Commission in July 2013, when we celebrated the 50th anniversary. So, you know, the whole image is still very vivid in mind, you know, that stately hall of FAO and those flags fluttering behind the dais, and the palpable excitement that, you know, we are celebrating the 50 years. And I was also witness to, I would say, history in making, because we saw a Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs being set up, which was led by India. So for me, personally, it was, I would say, a change which also led to the work that I continue to do in, with Codex off on kind of a thing. You know, everybody has spoken about what Codex has already done. I would not repeat that, but I see two things which are very, going to be very important for us, and which I think we need to, the more focus on the intersection between health and food safety. So when we talk about climate change having an impact not only on the agricultural production, but also on the health because of the various challenges it is going to throw up. So I feel that's one thing which we need to be, you know, cognizant and be, I would say more, we have to be more proactive rather than waiting for things to happen. And as Dr. Avilo said in her, this also, we need to maybe communicate more about the work that we are doing. Food safety, somehow I feel that Codex still remains the preserve of the few who are sitting here in the room. You go and ask a common man, he would not be aware what Codex is. You need to actually take the food safety to the people, because ultimately we are talking about consumer health here. So for me, the intersection between health and food safety has to be given that kind of an impetus, which I feel is not that focused there. Second is that, you know, we have been talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. And if you see, a lot of SDGs also intersect with the work that we are doing in the Codex work. So I feel there has to be a more alignment in that work that we are doing, so that the sustainability as a whole aligns with the overall UN efforts. And the last one is, as they say, proof of the pudding lies in eating. So, you know, how impactful is the work that Codex is doing needs to be communicated in a more simpler manner. And for that, I already see that there is a work, there's work which has begun on monitoring and evaluation framework, which I think needs to be taken forward to make, you know, the work that we are doing reach out of the, you know, books, I would say, and reach the general perception, general memory, general, you know, when we talk about food safety, people should think about Codex. That's how I foresee the vision that we should have for Codex.
Yes, your last words are particularly apt, Vinod, and thank you for highlighting some important issues, which again, I think we will have a chance to explore a bit more as we get into the some of the specific questions that we have identified for this discussion. Moving on to my left from Mr. Sudarshan, any quick comments on big takeaways from your, where you see Codex is, and some big impression headlines, that, so to speak?
Thank you, Raj. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI and FSSAI for inviting me to be a part of these 60th year celebrations. Yes, this is a very special occasion as far as Spices Committee is concerned. I'm sure you all know that Spices Committee is the youngest of all the committees in Codex, and we are celebrating 10th year of establishment. I'm happy to note that Mr. Sanjay Dave was the chairperson of the commission then, and Dr. Avilo Wachingpene, who spoke, was the vice chairperson at that time. And India was represented, which had Dr. Vinod Kotwal, Dr. Sunil Bakshi, and others. And there was an overwhelming support for the establishment of the Spices Committee, and a separate committee for spices and culinary herbs. That was the 36th session in 2013. So exactly 10 years back, when the Codex was celebrating 50th year of establishment. And our first session was held in 2014 February, and we celebrated the 50th year of Codex in our first meeting. I'd like to share a few slides, pictures of that celebrations, just to look at the memory lane. Yeah. This was the cake. I think someone said that there will be a cake cutting in the evening. We did it in the 50th year in the first session of the Spices Committee. Next one, please. Yeah, that is Avilo in traditional Indian sari, and Anamairya and Patrick and myself. And we had the cake cutting in the evening to celebrate the 50th year. Yeah. Next one, please. Yeah, this was the first meeting ever of the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs. Next one, please. Yeah. We meet once in 18 months, and we have completed 6 sessions. And I'm proud to say we have been able to elaborate standards for 11 spices. So regarding the future of Codex and other things, as we move along during the panel discussion, I think I'll be sharing some of my thoughts. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sudarshan, for sharing those pictures. They are very interesting, and in fact, your quick journey through memory lane, so to speak. I would acknowledge in particular the fact that CCSCH is celebrating the 10th anniversary of its formation, and clearly you're doing quite a lot of work that is being recognized globally. Finally, but not the least, I'd like to invite Matt for your observations from an industry perspective. As I mentioned, industry plays a very, very important role, and Codex relies heavily on industry, both in terms of identifying work issues, but also part in contributing to the whole standard development process. So your thoughts and perspectives on how you have seen Codex and its contribution would be helpful.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here. The last time I was in India was February 2020, and we know what happened after that, so it's a pleasure to be back and to be part of the celebrations on Codex 60 years. I'll keep my comments very short because a lot of the comments on the panel were excellent. What I would say is, taking a different track, if you look at what's going on in the world right now, it seems like there's absolute chaos with conflict, with countries that are kind of detracting from the World Trade Organization and fragmenting in trade, changes in supply chain, and so many other issues. What I would say with Codex after 60 years is that Codex is a force for good and a force for stability. It's quite amazing how 188 countries now are actually able to get together to discuss standards which are fundamentally important to human health. And so from an industry perspective, that's actually incredibly positive, despite the fact that sometimes we might criticize certain elements of Codex and what we think about, can it be quicker, can it do this, can it do that? Nevertheless, it's a phenomenal institution which has to remain, has to be there despite everything else that's going on in the world. My only concern with Codex going forward is if you look at many of the innovations and some of these new foods that are being, novel foods that are being developed, what my concern around that would be is Codex elitism, where you only have a few countries that are leading that and going so far out in advance that everyone else gets left behind, okay? And that applies to issues around climate change, sustainability, and anything else that relates to all the things we're talking about, food safety. That would be a real concern for me, and from an industry perspective as well, because you want to try and balance that with the other countries too. So it's how do we react and respond to that in a positive way to make sure that we're going on that journey together.
Thank you. Again, some very stimulating observations from an industry perspective, but which equally relevant and applicable from all of the different groups. And we will have a chance to pick up some of these as we go along in the discussions. Just continuing on our discussion of this first segment of this, now move briefly to some comments from Vinod. I'm going to invite Vinod just to make some brief comments on the journey of Codex over the last 60 years. Clearly, the membership, as we have recognized, has grown significantly. From your perspective, and having been involved in Codex work previously, what, in your view, are some of the barriers to participation? And could you share some thoughts on how these might be addressed?
Thank you, Raj. I think I would pick up on the point that Matt made, which was a very important point when he said that, elitism, with few people only participating in Codex, and that also ties up with the question that you, have raised for me, that what are the barriers for participation. So after leaving, FSSAI and the Codex work that we were doing, I had an opportunity to work in another international organization, which is the International Telecommunication Union. So ITU, so I worked, from Department of Telecommunications side on the ITU part of it, which is again related to standard setting, but in another sector, which is telecom. But I must share with everyone present here that the issues that we faced in FSSAI regarding participation, the same issues were being faced by us when we were participating in ITU. So what are those? So as in Codex, in ITU also, the standards are member driven. It's the members who have to make work proposal. It's the members who have to comment on the standards which are put forth for discussion. Similar was the case in ITU also. There also the standards which are being made are, what should I say, again member driven, and it's, this particular organization was set up way back in 1865. So we have a lot to learn from there. But the common stream in both the places when I worked, whether it was in Codex or in ITU, was that there are few barriers to participation. One of them, the foremost, is the limited resources, whether it is human resources or financial. Second is the capability and the technical skill set that we require. And most importantly, I would say, is the policy and the political buy-in. When I mean that if you are working in an organization, you are working for a particular area, the policymakers and the people who are heading that organization need to be bought into that vision that this is an important work that we need to do. Because if you don't have that kind of a buy-in from your top management, no matter how much technically sound you may be, how competent you may be, you will not be able to take it forward. So I think I was in FSSAI, we were able to push the work of Codex in India because of 2-3 things that we did. One, I thought, was that we built a very close relationship with our stakeholders, and many of whom are present here. Secondly, we also, I think, structured the whole approach of how do we participate in Codex. We made it mandatory that we'll go through the agenda carefully, and it's not possible for every country to comment on every agenda which comes in every committee. So it's very important that as a member state, we identify that as a country, what are the committees which are of importance to me, whether they are contaminants or pesticides. Everything is important. I'm not saying that any work which is being done is not important. Every work is important, but with country with limited resources, we need to focus on few committees which are of paramount importance to us, build expertise in that, and once we go, we should come back and have, kind of a, what should I say, knowledge sharing session with the people who are not able to participate. And another important thing which I find is that there has to be continuity in participation. If we do not have continuity in participation, we will not be able to contribute much. And I would just like to, 2 minutes I'll take. In Thailand, there is an approach called as triangle that moved in mountain. So mountain is supposed to represent a very complex problem, and triangle is supposed to have these things which help you to move that mountain. One is the creation of knowledge, second is the social participation, and third is the political buy-in. So I thought if you have this perfect triangle, you would be able to take forward the work, whether you are doing here or in any other organization, but that's my key takeaway.
Thank you, Vinod. You have provided some interesting comments too. So a key thing is, we are not alone in terms of the challenges around participation. The issues are similar, and you have touched on the importance of resources. And a key takeaway also, in my view, is your referencing of the high-level recognition. In my capacity building work, I noticed this is one of the important keys to getting the necessary support, and also not trying to spread your resources too thinly. And so prioritization comes to mind. So some very interesting comments there. I'd now ask Matt, particularly from an industry perspective, Codex standards are voluntary, of course, and they are, some of them are focused or targeted at governments, but there are a lot of standards ultimately that industry has to own and apply. What are some of the challenges here, and how can we encourage and enable industry to address some of these priorities going forward?
So I think on the whole with industry, when we refer to industry, it's not one homogenous lump as well. I have to say that I'm primarily representing the big multinational companies. And so we're very much invested in Codex and how they get implemented within the different countries in the region. But when you go down to let's strip out micro businesses, but small and medium-sized companies, then there is a real challenge with forget capacity building, just getting them to understand what Codex is and how it is actually beneficial to them. And obviously they have to adhere to certain food safety standards, but I don't think there's a lot of recognition. And I think that there was one suggestion earlier about how we communicate that better. And certainly that's something that FIA has done in Southeast Asia, in ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, to look at how we are looking at some of the more harmonized approaches. It's not necessarily with Codex, but it does relate to Codex. It's about additives and food hygiene. And then what we've done is done surveys to address what is the understanding and the acceptance level among SMEs? What is it at that benchmark? And then explore the opportunities for capacity building to bring them up and bring them along. Because it's a totally different story with many of the multinationals that are in the room here, where we devote an enormous amount of time to Codex and trying to implement that. So not forgetting that SME community is huge, and certainly huge in India as well, and how do we bring them along with that, on that journey too? And I think that's really quite fundamentally important.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt. I think your comment about one size does not fit all and so on is quite important. And if you talk about industry, you're talking about industry of diverse sizes, capacities, and interests too, obviously. And so all of those factors clearly have a bearing on how standards are applied. But there is clearly as part of this broader strategic objectives, both in the current strategic plan and going forward, how can we actually ensure and enable countries and industry and the other players, how can we incentivize and ensure that they are in fact able to use the standards as it is intended to again advance the overall interest around food safety, and so some interesting issues there for us to ponder as we go forward. Moving on to Aditya, just following on, there's a related question perhaps I could ask for your comments. Codex standards, if they are to have an impact, they need to be recognized and understood. What has been some of your observations, particularly from industry and Indian dairy industry perspective? What are some of the issues here?
Yeah, of course, for these standards to be recognized, they need to be understood. And as Madam said, this is sorry. Yes, of course, these need standards to be recognized, they need to be understood. And as Ms. Kotwal was saying, that continuity is one of the important aspects. So I would say that one of the major challenges is the consistency and the continuity of participation and availability of experts that are willing to continuously and consistently participate. Now from this there is an offshoot problem that when you have few experts who are consistent and willing to participate, you tend to involve them in almost everything. And that is also not good in long term. I myself have had situations to handle, I think, meat hygiene when Mr. Bakshi wanted me to go and get something addressed on meat hygiene. And I have also commented on hygiene code of fisheries, which is actually not my domain. I'm a dairy technologist. So when you have few experts, this is another problem that emerges out. Fortunately, now we have probably last 15, 20 years, we have experts in almost every field. And another thing that I would like to say is, I'd like to refer to my notes because it's an open book exam. So, the regulator on their part needs to engage with the experts who are willing, identify such experts, engage them more. All the other stakeholders such as academia and sectoral institutions and industry, they also need to undertake or conduct awareness programs for bringing out what is going on in Codex. And these could be sort of sessions after each Codex committee meeting, or maybe a few Codex committee meetings, so as to update what is going on. And on a long-term basis, I think Davesar is already making such efforts to include, food safety and information about Codex in school and college curriculum. So that is another thing that could bring more awareness. And I would also suggest, if I'm not asking for more, to have a parallel name in English, because when you talk about with someone, I'm working for Codex Alimentarius Commission, you may talk, he forgets the name, he only remembers what you're doing. And then, say for example, you have OIE, it has now become WOA. So if you go and tell somebody it's a World Organization for Animal Health, it will stick to the mind.
Yeah.
So that is another area which could be looked into.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning Sanjay. I was just going to make that very comment. That one of Sanjay's, I think, I would say crusade, but certainly his vision for Codex was how can we improve the visibility and recognition of the program. And that's an important question. And I think it is something that we are continuing to address. I should say, though, that there is a greater awareness and recognition of Codex, but the job is never done. I often used to joke that short of standing out in the street and distributing Codex documents, we're trying our best to improve knowledge and understanding. And 10 years ago, my children didn't know what Codex was, and at least now they seem to be following what's going on and all the posts that I significantly make and so on. So there is obviously much work to be done in this area. But you have touched on some interesting points about that continuity of participation is an absolutely critical thing. Codex relies on people who know each other. And to be effective at the global level, you need to develop credibility in issues like that. So I think continuity participation, and again, managing your technical resources. None of us have unlimited technical resources. We need to manage it efficiently. So I'll briefly move on to Mr. Sudarshan. As host of CCSCH, India has actively promoted the development of international standards for various spices and culinary herbs. What are some of the drivers for these standards, and what benefits do you envisage in terms of food safety and trade? If you can comment, keep brief comments briefly, please. Thank you.
See, regarding spices sector, it's estimated about 3.5 million tons of spices are traded annually across the globe. And if you look into the production systems and where the spices come from, it's estimated that about 96% of the spices are produced in small farms in the developing economies or developing countries. So it's extremely important for these developing economies to have a science-based, worldwide, harmonized standard which would support them to have better market access and also fair practices in the trade. Spices Committee, being a commodity committee, incorporates or refers to the standards and guidelines, codes of practice developed by general subject committees. So developing countries rely on the work of Codex and international standards and guidance to properly address the food safety and fair trade practices issues where a country may not have adequate resources to do it on its own. So by adhering to Codex standards, these members can prevent foodborne illness, uphold the credibility of their products in the global marketplace, and build trust among the consumers.
Thank you, Sudarshan. You've touched on some good points, particularly about the way the industry is, so the characteristics of the industry, the significance of small producers, and the need for standards to enable them to develop and have a reference base, and also address the core interests around food safety as well as fair trade. So some interesting points there. Tom, we have not forgotten you. You're online. Having heard the panelists talk about these various points, are there any additional comments you have before we move on to the second segment of the panel discussion?
Thanks, Raj, and it's getting late in the day in Canberra, so I'm still here. I think the thing that I would raise is I was struck by just how similar the issues are that are being faced by everybody. So the concerns around resources, continuity, building, the ability to be able to build that collaboration over many years are exactly the issues that Australia is facing. We have people that have worked for many, many years on Codex, but we need to be able to find the next generation. And that is proving hard. So we've got to find a way to make the work of Codex attractive to the youth of today, so that we can be continuing the important work into the future. We also, frankly, at times find it hard to be able to engage with industry well. It is difficult to find people that have the time away from their very busy day jobs, and they are quite right to have those very busy day jobs, to be able to commit to working with us on Codex standards, which then leads into, when you find somebody, you tend to flog them. You tend to do too much work with them because you know that they are engaged. Like one of our panelists already mentioned, providing comments on another standard that wasn't their core area of expertise. So I think we're all experiencing the same challenges, and it's wonderful that we can come together to talk about it. It's how do we then solve that challenge together that I think is going to be the next really important step. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. You've done my job in terms of summarizing the key takeaways from this part of the session. I think it has really been very helpful to identify some of the successes, the outputs, and the guidance that Codex has provided over the years, but also what have been some of our experiences from different sector perspectives on the issues and challenges going forward. And so it's good for us to reflect on these and see if there is a takeaway from this part of the discussion. What can we do to address some of these issues in our everyday management of the Codex program at the national level? We are never in a perfect state. We never do everything that we want to do. It's a matter of trying to cut the coat according to the cloth and managing with the resources, and importantly, prioritization. And getting the high-level recognition and support for your program is an ever-present challenge and also a priority for all of us. I'd now like to move on to the second segment of this panel discussion. It's around really recognizing the Codex in a multilateral setting. As I mentioned in my own comments early on, Codex does not exist in isolation. It might have 50, 60 years ago when we were talking about food standards in a relatively narrow context. But today, both the profile of Codex, the challenges around food security, food interconnection between food security and food safety, some of the broader issues around food loss and wastage, some of the connections between climate change, environment, sustainability goals, and so on. The global agenda is all-encompassing, and all of that means that Codex cannot be expected to deliver all of these alone. It needs to work in partnership. So part of the things I would like to explore during this discussion is what are the perspectives of the panelists on some of the global connectedness and how they see Codex collaborating and contributing to the overall goal and mandate, or the statute of Codex, which is all around providing standards for protection of the health of consumers and ensuring fair practices in trade. Codex clearly has a recognized role in this area, but how can Codex provide the enabling environment for countries to move confidently in addressing some of the broader challenges? So I'd now like to start with Tom. As we know, science and risk analysis are the essential foundations of Codex food safety standards. What are some of the challenges that Codex faces in this area, and how might these be addressed going forward? And how do we manage the occasional tensions between science and non-science factors? And we see that happening at this very time in Codex. Thankfully, they don't happen very often, but when they do, they bring into fore some of the issues that go beyond science into other considerations. If you go back only to the times when we had the discussion on biotechnology, we had the same sort of issues. So Tom, the floor is yours. Can you provide some perspectives on this question?
I can, Raj, and thank you for the question. And it's a really interesting one, and I reflect, as you do, on some of the challenging times that the Codex family has had together when we've been forced to address these very issues around science. So for us, for Australia, the multilateral rules-based trading system and the underpinning science and risk-based decision-making of Codex will be essential to accelerate the transition to best practice sustainable food production, while meeting increased global demand for food and nutrition. The world benefits when Codex is effective and efficient in setting science and risk-based standards. By building consensus based on sound risk analysis principles with inclusivity and transparency at its core. When we see that consensus built, it is wonderful to see work progress, and it can work, and it can progress quickly when the world comes together. We should recommit to the underpinning science and risk basis of Codex standard setting and the importance of resourcing that aspect. And we've heard that already from a couple of the panellists, just how important the scientific program is, and I believe it was part of the opening address this morning. Funding that program is so very, very important. CC Exec has done some excellent work, led by our esteemed chairman right now, Raj, to develop draft guidance on the operationalisation of statements of principle concerning the role of science in Codex decision-making processes and the extent to which other factors are taken into account. Australia hopes to see this used in committees when there is discussion about whether certain non-science considerations can be taken into account in the risk management process. A key issue is what we want Codex to be able to do in terms of its core work to protect the health of consumers and promote fair practices in the food trade. It can't do this if progress is blocked due to prescriptive approaches to dealing with other issues. Codex can absolutely empower context-specific evidence-based policies and investments that contribute to sustainability by being forward-leaning in its standard setting to support the food system innovation. I think I'll leave it there, Raj. There's lots in this space, but it's a very real issue, and we are very, very, very keen as Australia to see science-based decision-making at the heart of the work that Codex does.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. And I think you've hit the nail on the head. It is a very broad-ranging issue, and we could be talking for hours on that. But I think you have, in your brief description, highlighted the importance of scientific underpinning of Codex standards, and that's how you build confidence among members to apply and use Codex standards to protect the health of consumers. But you've also touched on some of the broader influences and considerations that we all have to take into account, both at the national level as we deal with these broader challenges, and some of the tensions that arise from that. So that's it's good to hear your recognition of these as the dynamics in the world in which we are dealing with at the moment. I want to now move to Sunil on my right here. The Commission is in the process of developing a new strategic plan, as you know, Sunil, for the period 26-31, and Codex is operating, as we have all recognized so far, it's operating in a very different world to what it was in the past. You'll also be familiar with the recent work on the future of Codex. What, in your view, are some of the major challenges facing Codex and its members, and what might be some of the key strategic goals going forward? Clearly, I'd be interested in your thoughts on that. And
I think at the outset, I must say that I was involved in when the Codex strategic plan, the current one, which is in operation right now. So when that was being developed, and I could see that how challenging it is that we frame a strategic plan for this important organization, which remains very much pertinent and valid for a period of 5 years or so. So the current strategic plan also for 2026 and 2031 by the Codex Alimentarius Commission is coming at a pivotal time, considering that the profound changes in the global food safety landscape is taking place. So the recent focus on the future of Codex underscores the need for strategic foresight in addressing challenges and capitalizing on opportunities in this evolving environment. As regards the challenges that Codex has been facing due to this, the dynamic nature of the situation that currently we have. Firstly, there was the global pandemic, not only disrupted traditional modes of operation, but also emphasized the critical role of Codex in ensuring food safety and quality during periods of crisis. Secondly, the escalating environmental concerns, from the climate change to resource availability pose significant threats to the food production systems as a whole, and necessitating proactive measures from Codex in this context. Moreover, the interconnectedness of global economies raise economic challenges that require a comprehensive approach to safeguard their trade practices. Well, all these challenges, I mean, there are certain ways that Codex could move forward, and which include that Codex has to be, it needs to enhance its adaptability to a rapidly changing global environment. And this also involves developing standards that are responsive to emerging challenges, be they related to pandemics, climate change, or technological advancements. Then having a very global collaboration and open dialogue at the Codex level, because discussions become solutions for many complex issues that Codex can have as challenges in front of it. At the same time, say, integration of technologies, that leveraging technological advancement is crucial for modernizing Codex operations. These include the use of digital platforms for collaborative standard development, enhancing accessibility to information, and incorporating innovative tools for better understanding and application of Codex standards. Capacity building and knowledge enhancement is also very important, because we want that each and every country of member country of the Codex, it should participate, because when we say that we are developing standards at the global level, these have to be standards in such a way that they are implementable across all the countries. So their participation and their capacity building of these countries is very important, that they enter into a meaningful participation in the Codex. And last but not least is having strategic alliances and global bodies, as you mentioned in the beginning itself. So we have various, say, international organizations, non-governmental as well as governmental, which are observer members in the Codex. And they really do participate very meaningfully in the standards development of Codex. And this collaboration should continue to be there. And recently we have also tried to be in collaboration with the WTO, and which is a common sort of an interest between Codex as well as the WTO, because globalization of trade is there, and we must ensure that whatever trade of food products is taking place, it is in the right earnest, it is the food trade, it is safe, and all, I mean, fair trading practices are adhered to.
Thank you, Sunil. You have touched on some important issues here. I should just, for the wider audience, mention that the Commission leadership has started the process of consultation with members and observer organizations on the development of the new strategic plan. And the draft document on the process and some of the key issues for feedback from members through the Codex system is, I think, available on the Codex website. So I'd encourage any of you who are interested in the conversations that we've just been having to follow the discussions on that. But thanks, Sunil, for picking up some of those core issues. And I think we really are looking forward to having some discussions around that, particularly in the context of trying to get a forward-looking strategic plan that not merely touches on the way we have done things in the past, but what is the future, what is the environment which we are operating, but how can still Codex provide the necessary support by ensuring that the Codex standards for food safety and fair trade provide the enabling environment. The challenges, I think Tom mentioned that as well, we're all facing challenges at the national level. And that takes me on, really, it's a logical move to a question that I have for Aditya. The dairy industry, as you know, has around the world, it's quite important for New Zealand, it's quite important for India. What are some of the challenging issues there, and in particular from the sustainability perspectives, and how do you see some of these issues being addressed in a strategic, at a strategic level going forward?
Thank you, sir. Sustainability, in fact, is an important aspect in everything we do. And in dairy sector, we are very much into it. with the kind of circular economy model that we are promoting now. Whether it will directly relate to the work of Codex or not is a thing to be seen in future. But there are many aspects of sustainability on which the dairy sector is working upon. Broadly speaking, if we see improving efficiencies, reducing wastages, recovering and reusing of reuse of resources, and use of resources only to the extent necessary. I think these are the major approaches towards sustainability. And as we use these approaches, implement these approaches more and more, they're going to have an impact on food safety and the trade as well. And hence, on the kind of work that is going to be generated in future for Codex. And Codex will have to, on its part, remain grounded and focused to be able to respond to the issues that emerge out of such situation within its mandate. And the challenge, sir, would be to be able to continuously and with precision identify that fine line that separates the work of Codex within its mandate from the work that falls solely in the realm of sustainability. And so maintaining the integrity of its mandate is going to be a challenge when it comes to sustainability, because at times the kind of line that you draw is very, very fine. And traditionally, the work of Codex on pesticides, residues, antimicrobial resistance, veterinary drug residues, etc., can be indirectly related to sustainability. And more recently, its work on the use and reuse of water is a direct offshoot of sustainability aspects in handling and processing of food. And there is an annex specifically devoted to milk and milk products on that. And there also, we did see that there were certain sentences which were solely related to sustainability. For example, and it got removed when we, I pointed that out, but it is very, very, difficult to be able to very clear on that. Say, for example, it says in one of its principles, it was being proposed that reuse of water should be promoted. Now, this is not the mandate of Codex. But if the water is reused, how to ensure that it is safe for reuse, that is the mandate of Codex and where it should be focused upon. So these are the challenges.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aditya, for some very interesting comments there. I think the point you highlighted, last one in particular, how can Codex contribute to and enable countries to apply sustainable policies, even while ensuring that its own standards are very much focused on the mandate, its mandate for health protection and trade. So there are some key points there, and I think we hope that India's own comments to the new strategic plan will address and highlight some of these points. I'd now like to move on briefly to both Mr. Sudarshan and to Tom in terms of the next question. And we have, as you know, the pandemic has presented many challenges for all of us as member countries. There were a whole 2-3 year period when we worked virtually. And as we are coming out of the pandemic, there is a very strong recognition and support for return to the traditional methods of working. And some of the committees in Codex have been adopting both the virtual and physical meetings and in what is called a hybrid format. In other cases, meetings have been broadcast on the net for people to observe. There have been clear benefits out of the pandemic in terms of acceptance and opportunities for using remote technology to what I would call demystify Codex and expose a larger group of individuals working in the food safety area and food regulatory area to observe and follow. So the benefits are there. So the challenge really for committees and particularly host governments is how do we reap some of the benefits of technology while at the same time making meetings manageable. And these are not easy challenges to face. But in a very brief sort of comment, I'd like to invite comments both from Mr. Sudarshan. I know you've talked about it quite a bit, and also Tom as host country for CC Fix. So start with Mr. Sudarshan.
Your system, it is in common folder.
Hello.
What? Yeah, excellent.
Thank you. I don't practice ventriloquism, but Thank you, Raj. Yes, you're right. The pandemic not only presented challenges, also presented some of the opportunities. It's worth mentioning that the Spices Committee was the first commodity committee to conduct its meeting virtually in 2021. We were the first. There was no prescribed format. There was no clear-cut guidelines. We were new to the virtual tools. Not only us, those who participated or also had, it was new to them also. And we did conduct the meeting well, and there was a record number of participants, 275 members from 65 countries. And it was the most productive session that we could forward 4 standards for adoption at step 8 and 1 standard at step 5. But the challenges, yes, we had real challenges. The time zone, difficult time zones, for them it was most uncomfortable time zone, but still being the first virtual meeting, all participated and collaborated, so we could successfully conduct the meeting. As far as chair's perspective, it was a big challenge. Instead of looking at people and talking, I was made to look at the camera and speak, and which was really very, very uncomfortable, without knowing whether the delegates are listening, whether they are understanding, whether they are disagreeing, and I was made to speak to the camera, which was very uncomfortable, and given a choice, I would not go back to virtual meetings. But then future, we'd like to see. It's a wider opportunity for wider participation rather. But in future, perhaps in-person meeting with webcasting for those who are really interested in the work of the committee could follow. But if the demand comes from the members for participation, then maybe we may have to think of having in-person meeting alternating with the virtual meeting, so that they will get an opportunity to participate as well. Otherwise, I would suggest that we go for in-person meeting with webcasting for wider viewing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudarshan, for those insights on your experience from a CCSCH perspective. I would now like to turn to Tom Black for your perspectives and your observations from CCFIC's perspective in particular.
Thank you, Raj, and forgive me, I'm having a little trouble hearing. There are a couple of people talking that aren't part of the panel. That's making it a little hard, but I do understand the question. I think it's very similar from the Indian experience for Australia. We're a country that is a long way from many other places, and we know how hard it is for people to travel to us. Likewise, it is hard for us to travel. Always be travelling for meetings, and in times of budget stress, it is important to be able to give countries every opportunity to participate, so Codex can be as inclusive as possible. I wasn't the chair of CCFIX. That certainly was Nicola's role, but I do understand that it was challenging. But from all reports, she found it quite an invigorating experience and was very pleased that the committee was able to progress some very important work through the most recent session of CCFIX, including, which is almost, it's quite remarkable, a piece of work that was about remote audit. So we were using a hybrid model for the meeting, and we were progressing work on how we can do remote audits. So it was quite apt in that regard. It's also not inexpensive for host nations. I have to say that as well. To build that facility into your budget is just another thing that you need to add in terms of being able to to host the committee meeting and make it available to everybody. So I think we need to continue to work on what the right model is. I think we need to be really mindful not to rush any changes to our procedural guidance yet, while we're trialling different approaches and seeing incremental changes. I think changing things right away, let's work through a little bit more. Let's take a little bit more time. And I think we need to not over-engineer mechanisms for judging efficacy and appropriateness. I think it's one of those things that we're going to have to live and learn a little bit and work together. But there are certainly benefits for inclusivity to provide that hybrid model. Thanks, Raj.
Thank you, Tom. I think you have both you and Mr. Sudarshan have touched on some common issues. And I think it's fair to say, from my observation, people are really delighted with our ability to return to physical meetings. But many of us, and Codex as an organization, recognizes that we owe it to us to explore opportunities to benefit from some of the gains in application of technology. But as you say, the challenge is finding that medium and addressing some of the challenges that, from a chair's perspective, highlighted. How do you gauge the chemistry around the room, which is quite hard to do in a virtual setting? I know a time zone is an issue. I know all about it. All of my meetings over the last 2.5 years have been between midnight and 3 a.m. in the morning. And you still have your day job the next day to carry on with the work. So it's an ever-present challenge, and the world is round, and we can't change that. So whatever time you set up a meeting at 8. So what are the challenges going forward? The future of Codex, a paper that is currently again under discussion, and it is coming up for discussion at the forthcoming commission, addresses some of these issues and considers some of the options. How can we capture the benefits, and what are some of the things? And I think the point that Tom made toward the end is absolutely right. Let's not rush into it. It's important that we deliberate and find a mechanism, and also give host countries flexibility, because trying to prescribe a solution or to mandate that you shall provide virtual participation as well as hybrid facilities rather than broadcast and so on might be difficult, because as I understand it, the cost of providing virtual participation is very, very significant. As it is, host governments spend considerable amount of money in hosting committees, and trying to provide for virtual participation in addition to technology present particular challenges. So a whole set of issues come into play. In the interest of time, I want to move very quickly to one final question in this segment, and that's to Matt. Matt, we have touched a lot about collaboration across organizations, including industry and so on. From your perspective, again, from a outsider, from an outsider perspective, how do you see, what benefits are there for Codex to broaden the net, so to speak? Do you see value in reaching out to other organizations that can support things like, for example, particularly the uptake and use of Codex standards? And what are your thoughts on that?
I will keep this short because I'm getting hungrier and hungrier, actually. So, look, so there are two organizations, actually pre-pandemic, that FIA worked with quite closely, which was UNIDO and STDF. STDF is kind of like, wants to be this knowledge coordinator on SPS. It has member states part of it and has donors. And then UNIDO, which is kind of like this sort of distant cousin of the UN that not too many people know about. Don't tell them I said that. They're a very good organization. They do an enormous amount of work around capacity building, around food safety, and they're also an observer in Codex. So if you combine the power of those two, they're incredibly important organizations for Codex to work with. Why? Because I wasn't aware of this, so I've actually written this down on notes. They did a project together in 2019 in West Africa. It was a pilot project. And it was about sort of the so-called, third-party assurances. And they basically did this as a mechanism to improve decision-making in food safety enforcement. Now, They say it was a first of its kind project. I mean, I'm sure there's other projects similar, but it was first of this one, where they were collecting lessons learned on draft Codex standards from some of the developing countries before adoption and implementation. And the rationale behind it was to allow more regulators to make what they would call informed decisions about implementing, or within Codex, I should say. And of course, simultaneously to raise awareness amongst developing countries about Codex. So there's a prime example and case study there of UNIDO and STDF helping with the actual implementation and educating member states on how to do that. So they're your absolute best ally, and you need to maximize that as much as possible, because FIA will be going back to them to want to work with them in the future as well in parts of Asia, like Myanmar and Indonesia and others. So they're great organizations to work with. If sometimes a little bit cumbersome and slow, but that's only a criticism for me from being from the private sector, where we'd like to speed up the projects. So those are two great examples.
Thank you, Matt. I think you have highlighted the importance of partnership. We're not alone. It's always valuable, and it's smart to leverage and use various other partners in facilitating uptake and use. At the General Principles Committee about 3-4 weeks ago, there was a discussion about whether there is value in Codex developing what are called toolkits to help application and use of Codex standards. And I think you mentioned voluntary third-party assurance, the guidance that CC Fix developed a couple of years ago. Now, at the recent meeting in Africa, there was some discussions around that, and I think the UK that presented some examples of how toolkits can help countries not merely understand the standard, but also apply them at the national civil. So some good opportunities there. I have a final question before we move on to the last part of the segment, which we hope we can finish and enable us to have a quick comment from the floor and before we break for lunch. Final word is from Vinod. Do you believe that existing structures and processes are adequate to deal with some of these issues that you have heard in terms of the broader questions? And if not, how can we address them as part of the new strategic plan?
I think what I have heard from my fellow panelists is, it's going to be, I think it's going to be part of the new strategic plan. It has to be. Why I have to put it in the broader context, if you see, the global human population is expected to reach 9.5 billion by 2050. And if you see the current production levels which were there in 2009, we will have to increase them by 70% if we have to meet the demands of the human population which is there. And this is, the matter is further, I would say, complicated with the number of disaster events which are increasing, which were hundreds per year in 1970s, have become like 400 per year in the past 20 years. Yeah. So you have the issue of climate change, you have the issue of sustainability, you have the issue of new food sources which are being looked into, or the new production systems. So I think going forward, Codex will have to deal not only with what Evilo said in her remarks, with the existing food safety challenges which are there. It's like a train, it is carrying those passengers. So those challenges will remain. But in the coming years, I think we would be dealing with far more complicated issues around these subjects that I highlighted. But the response time that we would get would be very short. So to that extent, I feel the standard making process of Codex will have to be hastened. We'll have to bring in speed. Like we did in certain standards when we faced, for example, the issue of melamine in milk. We brought in some standards which were so we will have to maybe look at those fast forward kind of situations also, keeping in view the overall perspective where we are going, as one earth.
Thank you, Vinod. The last comment was quite interesting, because I know that the World Health Organization moved very, very swiftly when the melamine issue came forward, and they convened an expert consultation almost immediately after the episode emerged, and the Codex Committee on Contaminants addressed this issue in very rapid pace and managed to meet the, and above all intended to ensure that the consumer confidence is not in any way affected. I think we have covered quite a number of issues in this segment of the discussions. Some common themes again in terms of the complexities, the challenges posed by the pandemic, some of the opportunities we have been able to leverage through technology during that the pandemic provided, and how can we go and move forward in some of these areas, and how can we work together collectively and also take advantage of partners in the development and application use of Codex standards across. Finally, moving on to the last segment of the panel discussion, hopefully we can keep it fairly short in the interest of time. I really want to provoke some discussions. We have talked a lot about Codex current standards, the traditional standards, commodity, non-commodity standards, guidelines, codes of practice, and so on. Looking forward, what would Codex standards look like in the future? Is it going to be more of the same? If we look more specifically at commodity standards, are they still fit for purpose? Are they still meeting a need? Are they still relevant? I want to be provocative a little bit, try and hear from you. What does the future hold? Just to give you an illustration, again, from a consumer perspective, we are no longer dealing with foods in their traditional identity. We are dealing increasingly with composite foods. We've heard about ultra-processed foods. We've talked about, foods linked to some of the NCD issues, the increasing interface between food and nutraceuticals, the dietary supplements, a whole lot of areas. Along with that, the regulatory challenges are also going to be quite significant. So when you look at it in that sort of a dynamic setting, what are the challenges going forward? And in particular, how do you see commodity standards featuring in this conversation? And what might be the likely future focus of Codex standards? Is it providing guidance at a high level and leaving it to regulators to address some of the more specific solutions? So perhaps I could turn to my right to Sunil to kick the ball on this, and we'll proceed down with the other panelists.
Thanks, Raj. Actually, the changes in the food systems, technological advances, and emergence of new products have significant implications for the work of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, particularly in the context of commodity standards. So these evolving dynamics challenge the relevance of traditional standards as a whole and necessitate adaptation to stay effective in ensuring food safety and quality. However, it requires an interdisciplinary approach to effectively analyze matters. Currently, as an example, we can say that there is no clear definition of new food sources, which may be needed to facilitate further discussions and communication on the topic. Then, while some of these areas could be addressed using existing approaches of developing standards, while for others which are still in the stages of research and development, for example, cultured meat or single-cell protein, standard setting would be premature, and possibly in that context, we will need to adopt a different approach. So I think Codex will have to embrace innovations in standards to accommodate novel products and technologies, and it should also actively engage with industry and experts to develop standards that reflect advancements while ensuring safety and quality. Besides that, there are certain other issues like customization and flexibility of standards, engaging with stakeholders on a much larger scale, that we get to know what are their preferences, what are their needs, so that these could be reflected in the standards. And above all, there has to be a continuous review of Codex standards that are developed, and we have a systematic review of these standards so that they remain valid for the future time to come.
Thank you, Sunil. Those are some excellent comments there. I'd now like to turn to Tom on the remote line. Tom, you've had a very successful CC Fix session, produced a lot of good standards and advanced them to step 8. Looking forward over the next, say, decade, how do you see the CC Fix work agenda shaping? As we know, in the recent meeting, There was discussions around remote auditing, for example, and CC-FIX has advanced work around electronic certification. The technology in this area, the blockchain technology, the evolution of regulatory changes and all that, how is all that influencing, if you can cast your mind to the future, so to speak, what does the future hold for CC-FIX?
Thanks, Raj. And I'm conscious that I'm potentially keeping you all from lunch. So I think that there is a very real role for CC-FIX into the future. I absolutely agree with Sunil's previous comments around the challenges associated with commodity-based standards, and want to reiterate, I think, just that the importance of Codex being able to keep up with industry and the advancements that are coming forward. But in terms of CC-FIX, there will always be that role in terms of that government-to-government import-export certification system. So we're really sure that there will be a continuing role there. We're really keen and will continue to look at how CC-FIX can continue to protect consumers, but can facilitate trade when we are moving to an environment where we have more people to feed, we have to move more food around the world. It is really important that we do that. And we're seeing those technological advances. We're seeing advances in automation, improved testing and inspection capabilities. The desire for information sharing will only go up between regulator to regulator, regulator to industry, industry to industry, producer to consumer. All that information flow is obviously going to be increasingly important. And we're going to, another example is we're really looking forward to considering new work proposals that have been developed by India and also Brazil on rejections and codifying sanitary conditions. So we think that there's a heap of work that needs to be done. We're looking forward to continuing to working with everyone on it. And certainly we know there are some challenges ahead.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I think as long as food is traded, there is always going to be a role for cross-border certification assurance, and it's not merely about applying these, but also addressing how these might be expressed and managed going forward. So some good points there, and I think you're right that CC-FIX will have a significant role and agenda going forward, work plan. So you're going to be busy for quite a number of years ahead. I'm going to move to Aditya very quickly from a dairy industry perspective. How do you see the last week at the IDF summit? You heard about some of the concerns about the emergence of new foods and so on, and the challenges, particularly for traditional foods and descriptors. What are some of your thoughts in this area looking forward?
As long as India goes, the dairy industry is one of the very important industries. Its output is more than the combined output of wheat, paddy, and sugarcane. And definitely, therefore, Codex standards have been one of the important reference standards. Historically, if we see, we have faced problems in convincing the world about acceptability of buffalo milk as milk, about acceptability of hand milking as a hygienic milking system, acceptability of smallholder dairying system itself. But having done so, we moved on, and when we took up the harmonization exercise, we came upon several discrepancies. And to give only two examples, I would say butter oil and fat, butter oil and ghee, they were put into the same bracket and same additives were allowed. But when we applied the principle of technological need on that, we didn't find the necessity of allowing antioxidants in ghee. Antioxidants were allowed in butter oil, and we revised the standards accordingly. So we have been doing harmonization and all those kinds of things. And as you said, the newer food, lab-grown proteins, we have had an instance of, I think, one of the industry has got registered in India, which is animal-free whey proteins they are claiming to manufacture. So these are the areas that are coming up, and we will need in near future to address these things, whether to consider these as food, whether to consider these as something else, or maybe mere chemicals. Because when it comes to food, food is a complete matrix. It's not single protein in milk that is milk protein. It's a milk protein when it comes from milk, and when it comes from that particular matrix which is drawn from an animal. So these things will have to be dealt with in future. And similarly, there's a emergence of plant-based beverages, and they tend to call themselves milk, which of course in our legislation we have been able to, with the help of Codex standard, which is a iconic standard of Codex, is general standard on use of dairy terms. And having integrated it into our legislation, we have been able to clearly distinguish between these products and the milk products. There's nothing against this or that, but these products have to be clearly distinguished. So these are certain challenges that will emerge when it comes to newer food systems or newer food, that is food ingredients that are coming up.
Thank you, Aditya. You've again touched on some issues that are going to require quite a lot of global, open, free and frank discussions. There are not going to be any easy solutions. Just thinking about the labeling of these products. And these are going to be more and more come to the fore as the new products emerge on the market with technological changes and consumer-driven preferences and a whole lot of considerations. Now, briefly, Mr. Sudarshan, how do you see the Spices Committee work going forward? Very briefly, is it more of the same, or are there likely to be like some innovations or new approaches, codes of practice, or things like that?
Yeah, I'd like to address it in two parts. Number one, the task at hand of the committee. That is, we have enlisted a non-exhaustive list. We have compiled a non-exhaustive list of 113 products of spices and culinary herbs. So given the pace at which we are going ahead, even if 50% of these products to be elaborated, it would take next 40 or 50 years to come. So the committee has changed its approach into a group standard format. So committee has grouped them based on the plant part from which the spices are derived from. And so we are going ahead with the group spice format. So this way we could handle them in time. This is one thing that which could happen in the next decade. The other thing is use of spices in health supplements and nutraceuticals. Especially in the post-COVID era, more focus is on the immunity developers or immunity boosters. And this has opened up a complete, a new horizon. Consumers are relying more on naturally sourced ingredients, especially botanicals, herbs, and phytochemicals. And this poses a challenge in maintaining purity and safety. So the committee may have to face some of these challenges in the days to come.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm reminded that we are running out of time, as it were. But any last word on this issue, Matt?
Yes, just on that future of new foods, I think Codex is going to be playing catch up. Honestly, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Codex. If you just take the example of Singapore, where they were the first to regulate cultivated meat. I think the US FDA have done that now. I really don't think they care about the discussion around dairy and what's dairy, what's meat, or that. They don't care. It's more political because they have a strategy on food security to source 30% of their food domestically because they import 90% of their food. So you can have countries like that are going to go way out in front and really not care too much of Codex. So I don't know how you reconcile that. I really don't. But I think that will happen in other novel foods as well. Yeah. But I think that's the area maybe the industry has a much bigger role to play because we're the ones developing that kind of innovation, and maybe we should be cognizant of other markets that need to play catch up.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, it just reminds me that we are in a classic situation of do regulators anticipate or follow? And that's really the issue. One last word, Vinod, on the interface between food and nutrients. For example, I'm reminded in New Zealand, for example, it's a craze now, taking turmeric supplements, and yet it's been part of the ingredient in food, and so on. It's been a traditional source. That's just one example. Any quick word on the issue here?
Yeah, I think. Thank you. I think what Mr. Sudarshan said in his, in the second part of his last intervention was when he talked about when we are going to have that interface spices, because there's so much focus on health and immunity post-COVID, and everybody has become very conscious of this fact that, you have to concentrate more. And I see all these things happening, and to be very frank, I think the traditional definition of food itself is going to change. What Aditya mentioned, that it's a food, we look at it as a matrix, it has all these things. This is a definition that we hold good today. But going forward, I think this definition itself will undergo change. And this, as was the example of meat, which is not from animal thing. I think all these things, Codex will have to keep it in mind. And the point that you made, whether regulator catches up, I think regulator is always going to be in catch. They're going to be behind the trends which are going to be there. But to be, as my concluding remarks, I would like to say Codex has done a wonderful job. It has immensely benefited people all around the world, not only the consumers, but the industry. And I foresee far more, I would say, engaged role of Codex in the area of food safety in coming years.
Thank you, Vinod. Some very good points there, and I think you have really wrapped up some of the challenges here. Food is a complex, food is passionate, and people have very strong views. But we all need to continue the dialogue. We need to talk to each other, find how do we deal with these challenges going forward. I'm very conscious of the time. We could be talking about this for a long time, but I just want to, before I invite the panelists for one sentence from each of them, I'd like to open the floor very briefly to one, maybe two questions at the most. Any quick, anyone interested in making a quick question or observation to the panel? Okay. Sanjay? No one wants to say, okay. And
somebody then better listen.
Okay, all right.
Right. My name is Satinder. I think I was also born in the same year when Codex was born. So my question here is around creativity versus standardization. I think this is not really talking about the novel foods, but food being a creative subject, we are trying to always standardize. So this dilemma I have always faced whenever I was doing product development or whenever we are running. So how do we address this in the day-to-day life? Creativity versus standardization is my aspect.
Are there any volunteers? Anyone wants to comment on this?
To the industry, creativity is incredibly important in terms of innovation and being out there first. Standardization is probably where everyone else wants to create a level playing field, right? So that's what I'd say. So there's going to be that constant tension, and I think that tension will increase significantly, and particularly for certain value chains like dairy, where I understand it's totally sensitive, and others. So it will be very interesting to see how that plays out.
Okay. I would encourage the questioner to engage over the lunch break if you want to follow up on that. Sanjay, any still a burning question here?
It was an excellent discussion that I was hearing. It gave rise to 2 points in my mind. One is, should Codex look at, of course, standards, yes. Should Codex look at more of codes of practice to enable countries that do not understand these standards, but if they follow a code of practice, probably they will end up complying with the standard.
This is one thing that came to my mind. Second thing, based on the recent developments globally and the discussions that we had today, an excellent discussion, do you think it might be a good idea for Codex to consider, and maybe one of the vice chairs can lead a working group, to review the terms of reference of all the Codex committees and see whether they can be brought in line with the current changes?
Thank you. Picking up the second question first, very briefly, I'll make a comment, and then if any of my panelists want to comment again. I think, yes, certainly it's an interesting idea to see whether the existing terms of reference, and you could extend that question even more broadly. Our current committee structure is still relevant, and you only have to go back to some 20 years ago when there was a major review of Codex, and at that time, and so Codex is a consensus organization. Members have very strong views. Some of them are very traditional. So all I will say is it's a very uphill task to address both of the issues, but it's an interesting idea, which I'm sure will feature as part of the discussion of the future of Codex. So that's the first one. On the question of codes of practice, yes, absolutely. Codes of practice have an important role to play, and they are important. As I mentioned, it's not merely developing the code of practice, but providing the enabling sort of tools to help countries apply these codes of practice. Many countries are still looking for, how do we apply this guidance on labeling? How do we design our nutritional panel? What do we need to do to have a basic hygiene code of practice implemented at the national level across various sectors? So these are basic questions. So there is a gap there, and I'm told the parent bodies have an important role, FAO, WHO, but more recently, as Matt and others have mentioned, UNIDO, STDF are all coming into this area, and they're all interested and looking to help countries to apply and make use of the standards. I think we have just about run out of time. I'm just going to put the panelists in a spot, I'm going from my right to Mr. Aditya. In one word, what's your vision for Codex in the future?
Celebrating 70 years of Codex. It will be celebrating 70 years of Codex with deeper and wider understanding and greater relevance.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sunil?
I would like to see continue that Codexes continue to be seen as an organization of preeminence, and that in a timely manner deals with most complex issues of food safety that are emerging in the current scenario. And most importantly of all is that they continue to be a pillar of support to developing countries and least developed countries in strengthening their food safety systems.
Excellent. Vinod?
Yeah. Thank you. To me, Codex represents the, I would say, the ethos of inclusiveness, consensus building, transparency, and scientific rigor. So I hope that these touchstones continue to guide the work of Codex in all the future years to come.
Thank you. Thank you. Codex values. Mr. Sudarshan?
Adapt, be flexible, and be relevant.
Thank you. Very good. Very good.
So, I agree with all that, but on top of that, I think we should create a really sexy brand for Codex and put it out there, really drive that awareness. That's my comment.
Yeah, bring back Sanjay, I should say. Any last word from Tom?
Oh, I think the panel summed it up beautifully. I think relevant, adaptive, flexible, but relevance is the most important. We have to keep up with industry, and we have to keep making sure that that food can move to where it needs to go into the future.
Oh,
thanks.
Okay, thank you, Tom, and thank you for your virtual participation. I think it must be coming into late afternoon in Australia and evening. All that remains for me is to really thank the panelists for your brilliant participation, engaging contribution, some really insightful comments and suggestions, and to you all for supporting this discussion and persisting in our extended discussions, because as I said, have touched so many aspects of Codex, but in the time, as always, we can only cover certain issues. So thanks again, and I hope you can all show your appreciation in the usual way to our panelists. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Raj and all the panelists. We have to follow the COPs. So, so we have Mr. Raj, would you do the honors, please, as a small mementos of appreciation to each of the panelists, please. Sir.
Thank you.
Aditya Jain ji. Thank you. Mr. Bakshi. Thank you. Dr. Kotwal, please. Thank you. Dr. Gyane. Dr. Sudarshan, please. Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Matt. So may I request Mr. Sanjay Dave to please a memento for Mr. Raj. Sir, please this side. We have the challenge in the space, so please. Yeah, request to come on this side to Mr. Rajashekar. Thank you so much. We break for lunch and we meet sharp at 3 p.m. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your lunch. May I have your attention, please? Okay, so we are going to begin the technical session 2, and this is on the capacity building for better participation in Codex. So may I invite Dr. Gyanendra Gongal, Senior Public Health Officer, Food Safety, ZUNES, and One Health WHO CRO. Please, take your seat. Please, sir. Dr. Gyanendra is working as a Senior Public Health Officer under World Health Emergency Program in the WHO Regional Office for Southeast Asia. He worked in various capacities under the Ministry of Health as well as Ministry of Agriculture. He is a member of One Health Network for the Global Governance of Infectious Diseases and AMI Advisory Committee in Canada. He joined World Health Organization in 2006 and has been coordinating the Asia Pacific Quadruped One Health Secretariat. He has contributed to the advocacy, promotion, operationalization of One Health in the Asia Pacific region and the establishment of functional national codex committees in several Asian countries. May I invite Dr. Gyanendra, please, if you could deliver your address. Thank you, sir. Please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting World Health Organization to this seminar, national seminar on India celebrates 60 years of Codex. It is a great honor for me to deliver opening remarks on capacity building for better Codex participation, better participation in Codex. Second, I would like to congratulate Food Safety and Standard Authority of India for playing proactive role in coordinating Codex Committee for Asia, organizing two important CC Asia meetings, one in 2016 in New Delhi and another one in 2019 in Goa, and also hosting the Codex Committee for Spices and Culinary Herbs since 2013. And WHO is very happy to collaborate with FSSAI when these two CC Asia meetings were organized in India. WHO sponsored 10 out of 11 member states in both meetings hosted by Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. I would like to brief you about WHO Southeast Asia region. We have 11 member states, and starting from Democratic People's Republic of China, which is in Far East, and we have Timor-Leste, which is new independent country, youngest country in Asia Pacific region. Then we have three ASEAN countries, namely Myanmar, Thailand, and Indonesia, and 6 SAARC countries, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, India, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. It is clear that we have big country like India, and we have a small country like Bhutan, and we have island country like Maldives, and they are in different socioeconomic development stage, and their requirement is completely different, and that's why we have to be very strategic to help these countries to establish Codex committee and Codex activities. And I would like to give you one example, like Democratic People's Republic of Korea. They have very rare chance to travel outside. So what we are doing for DPR Korea, every year we organize national workshop on Codex, and we try to brief them what are the key outcome of Codex committee, commodities meeting, and other meeting where they have to understand that what is happening at the global level. So it is critical to see how we can help DPR Korea. And also we are trying to make sure that all countries they have opportunity to participate. It is important to note that countries like India, Indonesia, Thailand, which are exporting countries, they are well represented in Codex meetings, whereas other countries, they have no fund or there are challenges to participate in those meetings. Let me share my first experience about Codex advocacy in Maldives. So I was in Maldives in 2005, and at that time, I was really surprised that they are only member of World Trade Organization. They automatically become WTO member because they were a signatory of GATS, General Agreement Trade and Tariff. But they were not member of Standard Setting Organization, which is recognized by WTO. So I asked them participate in this Codex Alimentarius Commission, World Organization for Animal Health, known as OIE at that time, and International Plant Protection Convention. And they said, why? We do not produce anything. We have premium quality of tuna fish, so why we should be there? So I told them, you are net importing country. If you do not participate in Codex standard setting process, your country will become dumping site. And then we helped Maldives to submit this application to Codex Alimentarius Commission. At the same time, we also helped Timor-Leste to apply for CAC membership. Fortunately, Maldives entered as CAC member in 2008, but for Timor-Leste, it took almost 10 years to think what is the added value of joining Codex Alimentarius Commission, because they feel that they were cheated in several international agreements. So it took 10 years, and Maldives joined, and they were able to take advantage of Codex Trust Fund Phase 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the Codex Trust Fund, which has been discussed earlier, it has been playing important role in expanding the scope of Codex, particularly in low and middle income countries. It is a joint FAO-WHO program providing support to developing and transition economic countries to build strong and solid, sustainable national capacity to engage in Codex. And Codex Trust Fund, it was started in 2004 and ended in 2015, and supported the participation of developing and these transition economic countries in 4 priority Codex activities. And it was important to note that Codex City of 1, it helped to increase the number of participants in Codex committee meetings, and also number of countries which joined this Codex Alimentarius Commission. So a total of 3,259 participants from developing transition economic countries participated in Codex meeting during the lifespan of City of Project 1. And similarly, membership of Codex Alimentarius Commission grew from 169 to 187. And based on our experience at that time, FAO-WHO just work as travel agent, give ticket, provide per diem, and just facilitate participation in Codex committee meetings. But there was no impact at the country level. And that's why we came up with the idea of Codex Trust Fund 2, from which started in 2016, and it will continue till 2027. And it has been actively supporting the strengthening of Codex activities at country and inter-country levels through individual and group application. And the Codex Trust Fund 2 is supported by 16 government donors, including India. I would also like to inform you that WHO also organized Codex advocacy meetings in Bhutan, Myanmar, Maldives, Timor-Leste, and Nepal, and that helped to have a critical mass of people who understand what is Codex and why we need to participate in Codex Alimentarius Commission. We are fortunate that Bhutan, India, and Nepal successfully submitted robust group project proposal to the CTF, which was only one project proposal in 2 rounds of application. And it clearly shows that how difficult is it. And it was the first approved group project at global and regional level. Being the first group CTF project, these countries were determined to set an example of a successful project, and there were individual and group activities. So here I just want to state that this was the first project where there were group activities. There are other group projects where 3 individual projects are put together and they named it group project. And India, it was not only a leading country in this group project, but also provide technical support to Bhutan and Nepal in the spirit of South-South cooperation. So FSSAI and Export Council of India, they provided their technical support to organize national workshop. And we are proud to work with Sanjay Dave sir, who is present here, who guided us in the successful implementation of this project, including conceptualizing and implementing the Codex mock drill exercise and piloting it under this project in Nepal, and it was recently done in Mauritius. Since 3 countries are completing this CTF group project, these countries are committed to work together to propose new work in Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs. So it was discussed in Thimphu in August. I would like to mention that Codex projects, they are low cost and high impact projects. We do not need millions of dollars to have impact on the ground. We understand that all activities identified using Codex diagnostic tools cannot be funded through CTF project. For example, India wanted to have this risk analysis of chemical content in food. That was priority for India. And because what is happening when we export products to European Union, one of the major factor for rejection is presence of chemical contaminant in food. It may be pesticide, mycotoxin, veterinary drug residue, or heavy metals. And that's why WHO supplemented CTF project with financial and technical support to organize a workshop on risk analysis of chemical contaminants in food in Lucknow in collaboration with the FSSAI. And I would like to mention Sanjay Dave sir as well as Dr. Kanungo. They were instrumental to develop this module for this kind of training workshop. And right now, Maldives and Timor-Leste, they are implementing CTF project, and FAO and WHO are happy to support active engagement of member states in Codex activities. I just want to highlight that this Codex Trust Fund, we should be innovative, so WHO is trying to help member states. There are different modalities. For example, we may have training with neighboring countries or high-income countries, like in Africa, Ghana and Netherlands, they have done. And for Timor-Leste, we wanted to do with Australia. Unfortunately, Australia did not respond. So in that way, we can do. And also, there is group project with group activities and also individual projects. And for South Asia, we have to understand that in Codex standard setting process or Codex meeting, there is regionalization. Like I see that Latin American countries, European Union, and ASEAN, they work as a team. But in South Asia, there was no such platform or forum. So initially we were thinking Bhutan, India, Nepal, they work together. Then Maldives and Sri Lanka and Afghanistan, Pakistan. So in that way, in 5 years' time, we may have South Asia regional platform. Unfortunately, it did not happen because Indonesia, Sri Lanka was not eligible to apply for Codex Trust Fund project. And we are not alone, and we have an alliance for Codex capacity building. And the US Codex office is one of them to support participation of low and middle country in Codex Alimentarius Commission meetings in Rome or Geneva. The US Codex office, in addition to its support of the Codex Trust Fund has programmed via capacity building partner to assist countries to effectively participate in Codex Alimentarius. In view of the United States, low and middle income countries must participate in Codex to ensure that Codex standards are global and take into account not only global diet but also global agriculture practices. By using Codex standard, low and middle income countries can ensure that they are protecting the health of their consumer and potentially have access to export markets to grow their economies. And the US Codex office sponsored the participation of Timor-Leste delegation last year, and this year they are going to sponsor Bhutan. And from Codex Trust Fund, we are trying to support Nepal to participate Codex Committee meeting, Codex Alimentarius Commission meeting in Rome this year. And there is also another modality like Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, Republic of Korea. They are also funding Codex Trust Fund. Last year we helped them to have a pilot training program, and from our region, from Asia, it was Bhutan, Nepal, Maldives, and also Mauritius and one African country was invited for pilot training to share good practices. And Republic of Korea, they wanted to share how they are better coordinating for standard setting and risk assessment and this blockchain technology, all those things they wanted to share. And this is the way now they are organizing another training workshop, good practices in Codex in December, and India is going to participate in that project, this workshop. And next we just want to see FSSAI India also try to develop such kind of mechanism as a contribution to capacity building in low and middle income countries. So to conclude, Codex capacity building is not one-time activity, but a continuous process. And it does not matter whether a country is a low or middle income country. For example, Maldives, no donor and partner is interested to support them. In terms of economy, it is middle income country. In terms of capacity, it is low income country. So that we have to keep in mind. And every time people are changing. And there is also tendency that same person will never participate in subsequent meeting, and there is no institutional memory. So continuation of participation of National Codex Contact Point in Codex Committee meeting is very, very critical if we want to have institutional memory and we want to make difference. Strengthening the National Codex Committee with the participation of consumer organization and private sector is key. And public-private partnership, this is the key for implementation of Codex standards as well as national food standards. And we have to focus on country Codex capacity building activities because we cannot sponsor 5-6 people from countries. And if we organize this kind of capacity building activities at the country level, then we create critical mass of people who understand why Codex standards are important. And the FSSAI should play a greater role in strengthening Codex activities in South Asia region. And we are proposing that it is important to institutionalize training of trainers on mock drill exercise at FSSAI, and we have to develop selection criteria so that we get right people for this kind of training. And this year, in 2024, WHO is ready to support first training activity. So we may invite Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Maldives, and Timor-Leste, 25 participants. And next year we will try to use Codex Trust Fund projects in Africa or in other parts of country to come to India to learn about Codex mock drill exercise. Because it is very, very important, because many countries, new people are coming and they have no idea that how to actively participate, what are the norms, in what way they have to present themselves, and how they can actively participate in physical as well as electronic this working group, and how to make sure that they are trying to bring different stakeholders together at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gyan. May I request Dave sir, please, to have a token of appreciation for Dr. Gyanin. नहीं sir, आप ये.
And it is a great honor to receive from him because I consider him as a role model. And if anyone want to know about live encyclopedia of Codex, I always say that Sanjay Dave sir.
Yes, well said, sir. Thank you so much. क्या हो गया?
This is your phone.
चलाइए क्या? Now may I request Mr. Matt Codex, COFIA, please if you could deliver your address. Thank you so much.
Oh, hello again. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I did. It's been quite some time since I had really good Indian food, so I enjoyed that thoroughly. Now, I'm in a bid to catch up a little bit with time. I'll be a little bit quicker in my presentation. So I'll go through a little bit first. Here's the agenda. So just in case anyone doesn't know who Food Industry in Asia is, and then I'll get into the other bits that you can see on this agenda after. So we are a non-profit. We're based in Singapore. We're an association, much like FICCI, but these are the members. We primarily represent the multinationals, the big ones, increasingly ingredients companies, but also packaging companies as well because of some of those issues. Actually, we didn't talk too much about that today, but on food contact, you know, and some of the real concerns around regulators on that, we're working on those issues as well. But as you can see, these are primarily the very, very big companies that we work with. Now, our focus at Food Industry Asia, and incidentally, we were set up 13, 14 years ago because of the melamine crisis in China, to give some representation to industry at a regional level. We weren't doing any work in India at that time. It was primarily Southeast Asia and a bit in China. But anyway, we focus on the issues around regulation, safe food and trade, health and nutrition, and sustainability. And really trying to understand, horizon scan and analyze and organize industry to engage with regulators and other government authorities, but also NGOs and others on the issues of concern for us as an industry. Now, as I said, we are based in Singapore, but we are active and we partner with industry associations in all the markets, and I'm very pleased to say that we have a very strong relationship with FICCI here in India, as well as others throughout the region, as you can see on this map. I won't read them all out, you can see. And we do engage with a multitude of different type of partners on different issues. I mentioned STDF earlier today, UNIDO, obviously what we do in Codex, but with other organizations around the world, as well as in Asia too. What we did just before the pandemic, really, we started to sort of explore having some real sort of very deep dive industry engagement with different regulators from the region. So we had quite a successful one in 2019 where we had some regulators from around the region that came into Singapore, but then like many others we had to pivot very, very quickly to virtual, which kind of worked really, really well for us because it was a small scale. So it's not 188 countries through Codex, but it was small groups on specific issues that we would do this type of engagement with regulators. And we're doing that next week again in Singapore, and representatives from the FSSAI are flying in, as well as some other regulators from the region, for FSANS as well. And one of the most interesting ones was actually in 2020 when the pandemic was in full swing, where we actually engaged with the Saudi Food Authority as well. And they took us through something actually
really interesting for Codex as well. And it was the use of artificial intelligence and chatbots to be able to communicate with consumers in Saudi Arabia about food safety concerns. And what they were telling us in particular was, because some of those concerns are at a very base level, you know, and just understanding in general food safety and hygiene, and that consumers would constantly bombard the regulator with wanting information. So that's why they pivoted to put this online system on where it would automatically answer questions, and it actually starts to learn and understand from those consumer questions. I don't know whether it was based off of ChatGPT or it was their one, but it's got even more sophisticated apparently. And so that's an incredibly interesting innovation within a regulator that's trying to communicate and build capacity and get consumers to understand the essence of food safety. And actually, I'll be doing a business trip to Saudi Arabia to catch up with them soon. So my presentation really has to focus a little bit more on Codex. So Codex was born in 1963. Finally, FIA joined in 2016, but that was only because we've been around for 13, 14 years, so we were given observer status, which we're incredibly grateful for. And incidentally, one of the first meetings that we did attend was here in New Delhi in September 2016, which was great. Then throughout the years, we've been quite actively involved, and I'll show you, actively involved in the different committees. So we've grown actually. Originally, I can't remember actually where we started. It might have been food labelling, it might not. But anyway, you can see here by the stars where FIA, through our members as well, were actively involved with Codex. It's an enormous amount of commitment, and Tom made a very good point of saying that trying to find people within industry that can really contribute. I think in India you're probably spoiled because you've got an enormous amount of intellectual power in this room and who do contribute to Codex, whereas we find in other markets it's not so much. I'm not saying your colleagues are not as good as you, but in a way they have other things to do, and giving time towards Codex is quite a challenge. And so it's something that we actually are putting in renewed effort in FIA to ensure that we can really up the participation on industry, not just at FIA, but through some of the local industry associations in the marketplace as well. Now, our goal is obvious, right? So we want to help develop those standards, and of course we want to encourage countries to adopt those. Obviously they're not mandatory, they're voluntary. So what have we done in terms of capacity building? So the first three were 2018. We did some more further back, but I'm just going to show you more recently. So we're working with the FAO, my colleagues, my previous colleagues as well, certainly on training in ASEAN, because you have the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and ASEAN's mandate is to really look at regional harmonization, although I'll be brutally honest and say that that's quite difficult these days. At best, we could look at mutual recognition. It's quite difficult for markets like Cambodia, Laos, and given the situation in Myanmar, it's incredibly difficult. We also did a follow-up with, actually it was UNIDO, we were also involved in March 2018 with the FAO training workshop in Myanmar with UNIDO as well. And of course we've done some with the USDA, because the USDA in the US are quite fond of funding capacity building programs. Not so much now, sadly, and than they were in the past, but obviously what we would look to do as FIA is to actually increase the amount of budget that we would start to be spending ourselves on capacity building. And I think in 2019, in September 2019, the regulatory workshop that we did through Codex here with FICCI at CC Asia 21 was exceptional. So I want to thank all of those who participated and supported with us with that in 2019. So we had a number of different countries, delegates from Asia present for that, you can see from the picture here, and some of my colleagues that are now no longer sadly in Asia, but based in the US and also in Europe. So it was very much on this whole food regulatory ecosystem, so around control, around surveillance, the status of Codex standards, the strategies as well, and the activities to implement. And so that was incredibly good. It was just a shame that it's not a shame, it was just the issue with the pandemic happening, that we weren't able to expand that, but we're now getting back to what we want to do now in 2023 and into 2024 in a bigger way. So we work with quite a few national industry associations. NIA stands for the industry associations, and bringing together some of the SMEs, but also, of course, government as well, to really build capacity and get them to understand the benefits of Codex, because more often than not, they're focused on the day-to-day firefighting and the issues, but getting them to think more longer term about Codex and working on that is something that will take time. And again, Tom said this as, to repeat what he said as well about engaging with industry. It's really important to bring those SMEs along as well. And so we obviously have our priority topics. We're really interested in seeing what happens in Rome around the plenary session about the future of Codex, and I'll be there as well. I'll see Raj there again and be really looking forward to the discussions and understanding what Codex is thinking and where they're heading, and how industry really can give some more substantial input on that. So as we move forward and FIA starts to do its budget planning and looking at how we want to conduct a number of different capacity building programs related to Codex in some of the key markets, and that definitely would be India and a few big ones in Southeast Asia as well. Obviously that awareness piece, and continuing to advocate for the adoption of Codex standards is absolutely fundamental. We think that we have a bigger role to play in capacity building, and we're also looking at trying to raise funds, not from anyone in the room, so don't worry, but looking at other organisations that we can work with, particularly in ASEAN, and looking at grants and trying to persuade them that actually doing some of this capacity building around Codex and food safety is fundamentally important, particularly in Southeast Asia, where a lot of governments are talking about food security. I think that's, some of it is highly political, but others are saying, look, given the situation with the pandemic and what we have with fragmented supply chains and still challenging supply chains, looking at the issues around food security are important, and food safety is a fundamental element to that. Obviously, that engagement piece with national industry associations, trying to get those small and medium-sized companies to really truly understand the value of Codex and why it's so important for them to be a part of it. I mean, the bottom line is with small companies, though, is you've got someone who's probably triple, quadruple hatting of doing R&D and doing marketing and doing regulatory affairs and quality at the same time. So it's quite difficult. But there are sizable, medium-sized companies out there, like 100 million plus, that are more likely to be involved in this. We just need to help them build their understanding of it. And then for us, the final one is industry representation, really providing the industry view. And I know that can be incredibly contentious sometimes, and we can have arguments. I just hope that we can do it in a productive way, where we see the value of where we want to get to, and maybe it's looking at it from slightly different perspectives, but in essence, that our goals and aims are the same, that we want safe food for human consumption. So with that, I went through a little bit faster, Dr. Chonka, I hope that was okay. So that's a few examples. Watch this space. I really hope that we'll be talking to Vicky a lot more, and some of our members here about some of those opportunities for workshops and capacity building in Codex in India, partly because I would like to be back a little bit more and spend a bit more time here myself. So thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Matt, for giving a very nice perspective of the FIA and the work you do around the world. In fact, not many know that FIA also partners FICCI in India for the various work, and we collaborate in the various projects. Now we move to the next technical session, part 2, where we'll have a panel discussion. So may I request Mr. Sanjay Dave, who is the moderator, and he's ex-former chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission and advisor FSSAI. Please, sir, raise the dais. Please come on the dais, sir. Thank you. So Mr. Dave has a total of professional experience of, say, 47 years, of which more than 37 years is in agri-trade and food safety. He's a senior international expert to FAO, WHO, and ITC on various food safety related capacity building. In the past, he was chairman of Codex Alimentarius Commission and advisor to the Food Safety Standards Authority of India. He has also served as a diplomat in the mission of India to the European Union in Brussels. May I request Dr. Murali Kalumal, Administrative Head, CRIT, and Professor CWS. Please, I welcome you on the stage. Thank you. Big round of applause. We have online Dr. Sridhar Dharmapuri, Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer, FAO RAP. He is based out of Bangkok, Thailand, I believe. Please check if he is connected. Meanwhile, I invite Dr. Alka Rao, Principal Scientist, CSIR Institute of Microbial Technology, IM Tech, Chandigarh, please. Thank you. Shri P. Karthikeyan, Joint Director, Science and Standard, FSSAI. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Jasveer Singh. He's the Chair, FICCI Codex Cell. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Shri Sanjay Dave to take the floor, including the introduction. It's up to you. You can use the mic or you can stand here, whichever way. Yeah, yeah.
Can I close this? Can I close this? I can close this? Okay. Thank you, Anirudhji. Good afternoon. Namaste to everyone. I see that some people have thought of leaving the hall after the lunch time, but that's okay. Has Sridhar joined? Good evening, Sridhar. Okay, he's probably on mute. Okay, thank you FSSAI and FICCI for inviting me to this celebration of 60 years. Last time I was a part of a similar celebration was in 2013 in Rome when we celebrated 50 years. Raj, you would recall. That was a great event, and in fact all the former chairs had been invited there, and I believe all the former chairs have again been invited for an event on 27th of November. So I hope I'll be able to go. Well, today I have the privilege of interacting with such an illustrious panel, including Sridhar, who is online, and even the audience, whosoever is left. I'm sure I will have a lot to learn from all of you, all the panelists. There will be a lot of value addition, and thank you for that opportunity that you will give to me. Well, the focus of this panel discussion is capacity building for better participation in Codex. We've just heard Dr. Gongal. He talked about the efforts that he has put in to bring in a collaborative effort for Codex participation, which I think is a very useful thing. He has actually, and I have had the pleasure of working with him on several capacity building programs, and also with Sridhar. We also heard Mr. Matt Kovac, CEO of FIUA, on the role that the Codex observers play in capacity building, and I got a new perspective listening to him today. Well, there were very good thoughts that came today. And before that, in the previous panel discussion, Raj, my dear friend, and presently the Codex Vice Chair, very eloquently conducted the technical session 1 on what should be the future of Codex in the next 10 years and which direction we should work. There is a lot of food for thought that came up for the forthcoming Codex Alimentarius Commission session. Well, we were given about 75 minutes, so if you agree, we can continue with 75 minutes, out of which we'll have a discussion for about 60 minutes, and then we'll request the audience if they would like to make any comments or they have any questions before we conclude the session. We'll try and draw up some actionable points for FSSAI, for the industry, for FAO, WHO, and I will request colleagues from FSSAI to just record some key points that emerge so that, it is possible for us to take action subsequently. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a discussion about some little bit about capacity building. So, if you agree, I can broaden the scope of the discussion a little bit rather than limiting it to capacity building for better participation. So, what I intend is that we discuss as to how Codex standards should be used by countries, by India in the future as well, and make the Codex standards implementable. We had this discussion earlier. So we have 5 extremely knowledgeable and experienced persons on the panel, of which Sridhar is joining virtually. They have all devoted their career to SPS and food safety areas. And I think we could not have had a better panel than what we have today. So I'm not going to read out their profiles, which is already given in the booklet, profiles booklet, but I would still like to mention about each of them in a couple of lines, something that may not be written in the profiles booklet. First of all, Dr. Sridhar Dharmapuri is the Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer in the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific in Bangkok, and I've had the pleasure of working closely with him for the past several years, and his guidance has been of immense help. Today, he has joined us virtually. Thank you, Sridhar, for accepting the invitation.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Alka Rao, Principal Scientist in the Institute of Microbiology under the CSIR. And I got to know her just about 2 days ago. She is the chair of the FSSAI scientific panel on food additives, flavorings, processing aids, and food contact material. And I'm sure she will provide us her insights so that we can be better prepared for Codex work. Then we have Dr. Murali Kalumal with over 24 years of experience. He is the head and professor at the Center for Research in International Trade in IIFT under the Ministry of Commerce. And I was also a student of IIFT in 1975. He specializes in SPS and tariff and non-tariff measures, free trade agreements, and regularly advises the government on bilateral and multilateral issues and how these negotiations should be taken forward. He has also been a part of India's negotiating teams and has a number of capacity building initiatives to his credit. Then I would like to introduce my dear colleague, Mr. Perumal Karthikeyan, Joint Director in FSSAI, and a moving encyclopedia in food regulations, FSSAI regulations particularly. He is also the Codex contact point of India. Many of you may not be aware, he also sits in the executive committee of the Codex Alimentaris Commission. He also is a great support in capacity building programs in different countries which were supported under the Codex Trust Fund and where Dr. Gongal really helped out organize these programs. Last but not the least, we have with us Dr. Jasveer Singh, a soft-spoken, right? A soft-spoken yet a knowledgeable person. He is the chair of the FICCI Codex Cell and also the director and head of regulatory affairs in IFF, that is International Flavors and Fragrances. His contribution has a long list. To name a few, he has been playing an active role in Codex. He is an expert on food additives. He has very actively supported the process of harmonization of standards with Codex. He supported India, and very recently he supported very actively Bangladesh to harmonize their standards. And there was a team of several others. Some of them are sitting here. And now Bangladesh has really completed their work on harmonization and have notified several of their standards to the WTO, their draft notifications. So let's start the conversation. And let me start with Dr. Sridhar first. Sridhar, the objective of the Codex Trust Fund has been, firstly, to widen the participation, right? Secondly, to improve the quality of participation. And finally, to help countries build capability to provide data, to generate data for setting Codex standards. So these were the 3 steps. And that is when the Codex Trust Fund was started 20 years ago. The first one was for 12 years and then again for 12 years. So Sridhar, in your assessment, where have we reached now? Particularly in the Asia Pacific region.
Thank you, Daveji. And let me first start by congratulating the FSSAI, FICCI, and India, of course, for having traversed this wonderful journey over 60 years as a member of Codex. And I think, Daveji, your question in one way encapsulates also India's progress. It started off as a member, began to participate and enhance its participation in Codex standard setting and Codex committees. And over a period of time, as it built up its technical capacities in analytical laboratories, in risk analysis within the framework, and looking at hazards and risks in supply chains and looking at what are the solutions. That's how then they also began to generate quality data, which now goes into supporting food standard formulation, both at the national level as well as in Codex and many other fora. So overall in the Asia and Pacific region, as you would know, this is a very diverse region. So we have countries which are actually members of the G7. We have countries which are members of the G20. We also have countries in very protracted state of crisis over a long period of time. And then we have variation. We have high-income countries, low-income countries. We have the very small islands of in the Pacific. So given this very interesting mix and diversity of countries in the region, we have different levels in terms of Codex capacity. The Codex Trust Fund itself, as you correctly said, and previous speakers also illustrated, is meant to build up the capacity within the national authorities to manage their Codex function. So the Codex contact point, the National Codex Committee, a manual of functions which comes from the Codex procedural manual, and also to try by and large mirror the committee setup that's also within the Codex structure as far as possible, and then work towards bringing all the ministries, all the agencies, the private sector and civil society in the discussion on standards. So whether this is to comment on a standard which is being proposed by one of the committees, or to actually bring in more data and analysis. So we see that in some countries this has moved on tremendously. So obviously India and China, Korea, Japan, and Australia, New Zealand, they will lead this process. But then you also have countries which are much more behind, who need much more support in actually setting up these basic structures to have a manageable and a sustained Codex contact point and the National Codex Secretariat in place. So those continue, and those are the ones that are being supported by the Codex Trust Fund projects. And Gyanendra mentioned, of course, that the first successful group application, India, Bhutan, Nepal. We have Cambodia, we have Laos, PDR, we have several islands, Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, and a new set of islands which are now just getting the funding through the CTF. So where we are beginning to build the capacity. So that's one part of it. The second part is to team up the work being done by the Codex Trust Fund projects with a lot of other work which is being done by FAO and WHO. So for instance, the work that you mentioned in Bangladesh of harmonizing the standards and then issuing in accordance with Codex and then putting in those notifications to WTO. That was done through an FAO project which was for nutrition, meeting the undernutrition challenge. So likewise, we are attempting similar things in Sri Lanka, and then we'll also move on to other countries such as Maldives and Iran as well, where we take advantage of an existing food safety project which is building technical capacities, risk assessment capacities, analytical capacities into the food control system and show how it can be actually linked to Codex. And that actually brings in a whole lot of participation from all ministries in the government. So the straight answer to this question is, of course, the capacity is variable, Daveji, but then there are different ways of building this capacity with or without a CTF project, but also through other food safety projects that we are all involved in. Thank you, and back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sridhar. That means that most countries are still at, if we were to put these three objectives of the Codex Trust Fund at three levels, so many of the countries are at level 1, which is to increase the participation, and then at level 2, and then very few at level 3 that are capable of providing the data. Is that right?
Yes, that is indeed true. And I just wanted to add in one more mention of a particular project that we have funded by the government of Japan. And this is dedicated to all the ASEAN countries. And Matt just talked about ASEAN countries. They actually have, they're trying to promote intra-regional trade, but there are still a lot of barriers with respect to standards. And this is one project which tries to address that, but it has also moved on a couple of levels. So it started off 10 years ago as a project to enhance Codex structure and promote participation. Now it's moved on to what is the quality of transfer of participation, what data can each of these countries bringing. And we are starting off with pesticide residue analysis, but I can explain that later in the program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sridhar. Let me come to Karthikeyan. India has been participating in all Codex sessions, if I am right, since 2013, Bakshiji. Since 2013, I think we have been participating in all the Codex committees when Vinod was the Codex contact point. But now you are the Codex contact point. We participate in all the Codex meetings, and we've been participating in several electronic working groups as well. And in many electronic working groups, India is leading them. And all this work requires development of comments, a lot of coordination, getting inputs from different people. So my question to you is, what is the extent to which we are able to get the desired inputs from the Codex coordination groups working with FSSAI? Is there any gap somewhere? What is lacking? Where is that gap? What is the core of that gap? Can you identify? If there is any gap, force.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. Sir, as usual, you have given this forum, this panel also after the lunch and after noon. In that case, most of the people used to leave that forum, or some of the people used to sleep. Now you also part of this forum, sir. So, sir, having said that, yes, as you correctly mentioned that India is actively participating all Codex committees nowadays since from 2013. I wanted to mention here, maybe you may aware that initially in 2009 and till 2011, we were a receptor of the Codex Trust Fund. We used to get the fund to participate in the Codex meeting. After that, after 2012, 2013,
after 2008, I think.
Then we graduated ourselves to a donor to the Codex Trust Fund, and we are contributing much in the Codex committees. Yes, sir, as you said that, we used to get, because framing a national position and India's stand in the main Codex committee is important. It should be analyzed, it should be discussed. In these cases, we used to get support from the members of the SADO committee, that is, I can say that is erstwhile SADO committee. Now we have reorganized that SADO committee into Codex coordination groups, where the members of the scientific panel and committee are also the part of that Codex coordination group, so as to make an interlink between the scientific fraternity of FSSA. In my knowledge, sir, most of the Codex committees, for example, Codex Committee on Food Additives, Codex Committee on Contaminants, and Codex Committee on Food Import and Export Certification System, and CCPR also. We used to get a lot of support from the stakeholders. So here, the support. What is that support? The support is from the data, comments, scientific evidence from each and every members of the Codex coordination group. I can explain it with one example. There was in the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Food, the lead level was revised. Still they are revising because JECFA has withdrawn the PTWDI. So they told that it is totally unsafe. So the committee was revising particularly that lead level 10 times lower. For example, in case of the jam, jellies, mango chutneys, these are our product. We are the producer, major producer of these product. In the first session, we didn't get the support, particularly the data and scientific evidence. We tried hard, but we failed in the first plenary session of the Codex Committee on Contaminants, and it was finally went to Codex Alimentarius Commission for adoption at 0.1 ppm from 1 ppm. So we didn't do anything, but however, we could be able to manage to revert that paper to the Codex Committee on Contaminants, saying some administrative defect, all that coating and all. So it went again. So on that time, we requested all the industries, other stakeholders to support, and we got sufficient data. Okay, data has come. What was the support in the Codex coordination group? We did 2 or 3 meetings of the Codex coordination group. We analyzed the data. We come up with the comment. And we also established a strategy. Based on the data, I can say based on the data, after analysis, the supporting ML was 0.3 for India. But however, in the member while discussing, we established the strategy that, oh no, if you are going to propose 0.3, then other countries which are already supporting 0.1, they will try to make it after the compromise, then it will come to 0.2. Then we saw based on some data from import, we tried to propose, we proposed 0.5 milligram per kg in the plenary. Because of the data and because of the analysis we done, because of the support and scientific evidence given by each and every stakeholder of the Codex Committee, this Codex coordination group, then we argued like anything to have 0.5. Finally, the chair of that Codex Committee came for a compromise. No, it is very difficult.
0.4.
Yeah, it is very difficult to have this thing. So, could India accept a compromise ML of 0.4? Then again, we did drama. No, our data is supporting 0.5 and saying all the scientific evidence and analysis, all those things. And lastly, we said, however, in the interest of this committee, we accept 0.4 milligram per kg. But our data actually supported for 0.3. So this is how one successful strategy, how to make, it is not only making a comment, you sit together, consult with each and every stakeholder.
So do you still see any gaps?
Yes, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
So this is one of the success stories, sir.
Yes.
Then in other Codex coordination groups, for example, you can say the CCMAS, CCRVDF, CCFX nowadays, and sometimes CCPR also. In CCPR, sir, in support means this timely submission of data. Data people used to submit, but timely submission of data. Here also I can say one thing. The Codex Alimentarian Commission was revocating the ML of chlorpyrifos. So the Codex committee come to that decision when it is no more used or it is updated. So they wanted to relocate the chlorpyrifos. Based on the comments from the stakeholder, particularly the Ministry of Agriculture, we argued in the Codex Alimentarius Commission as well as the CC exec, we need 4 years transition time as per the Codex procedural manual. So we will submit the data. We have already did that data, submitted the data, and we first establish a MRL, then give 4 years time. So that at the last stage, the CSE was about to accept that, but the Codex Secretariat told, after checking the database, India has not submitted data.
So what you are trying to explain is that the gap lies in timely submission of information.
Information and the data.
Which means that at the level of the people who are members of the Codex coordinating groups, they need to do some prioritization of the work at their level so that timely work can be supported.
Yes, sir. Other than that, nowadays, I used to see the, our NCCP used to receive a lot of nomination for EWGs, but I see rarely their contribution or comments nowadays in this one. And the second one is...
No, what exactly are you trying to explain?
Yeah.
The comments are not coming or not being prepared?
Not coming, sir. Not coming. I rarely see that actual contribution by the EWG member is not there nowadays. So that we should improvise that portion.
Okay, good.
The another one is, as they mentioned earlier, the panel members also mentioned that continuity. The continuity means continuity in our Codex coordination group also. That Codex coordination group also, as well as in the committee also. That is, we are lacking now.
So which means that there is some systemic challenge that we need to address.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The other one is, after attending the Codex committee meeting, the follow-up action. That we still, I can say that we are lacking in that area.
Okay.
So we need to improvise these areas. Otherwise, as you are saying, our participation is excellent in Codex committees.
Great. Thank you, Karthikeyan, for that great elaboration. Let me come to Jasveer now, because you are an important stakeholder in the entire process, and you are the chair of the FICCI Codex cell. And I have also witnessed your role for quite some time, not only in India but outside India, and he has given a great support. And that's why he's the chair of the Codex cell. So, Jasveer, in your assessment, based on what Karthikeyan just now mentioned about ability of people to comment, do you get active participation from the SMEs? Because we have more of SMEs than the large scale companies. Do we get more support, lot of support from the SMEs, particularly located outside Delhi? That is the focus, because is it that people are only in Delhi or NCR region are able to provide their inputs to the Codex cell, or do you have active participation from other places as well, like Mumbai or Bangalore or any other place? What needs to be done if it's not there?
Thank you, sir. So I think the one-word answer is that the challenges remain. We have covered quite a bit of distance in terms of participation in Codex activities as far as industry is concerned, but as Matt said, the elitism which exists, it is here in this form as well, that the participation in Codex is limited to a certain group of companies which are more aware of the implications and developments in Codex. And when it comes to representation of SMEs, it continues to be an area where a lot needs to be done. And there are multiple challenges. I mean, the challenges like availability of people with SMEs who really understand this area, can effectively contribute, and also a realization within SME sector that they need to spare their people to contribute to this area, because most of the times they have only one person who's handling multiple areas like quality, like regulatory, and Codex becomes the last priority in their list of things. So contribution coming in from SMEs continues to be a challenge. But for sure, with some of these changes in our ways of working which have come up, particularly post-COVID, I think these technological availabilities which are coming up in the forms of online meetings or virtual participation in discussions, these are opportunities which we can exploit to ensure that SMEs do contribute at a scale which is desirable as far as India's interests are concerned. Thank you.
Is it also that there is lack of understanding of the Codex documents as to how inputs have to be provided to the FICCI Codex cell, which can then in turn go to FSSAI?
Yes, that is a challenge. While FICCI Codex cell, along with FSSAI, we did a lot of capacity building programs, which were specially targeted for SMEs around India. But still, the end result is still not there where it should be. So the availability of people, the right people for Codex agenda is a challenge, because even though when you do undertake a capacity building or capability building program for SMEs, we do lose a lot of people over a period of time. People change companies, the new company is not interested in this activity. So you need to address this on an ongoing basis so that there is a pipeline of people and resources available to engage with this area.
So do you mean that more training and awareness generation among the, if not the smaller companies, at least the medium enterprises is required?
Sure.
That's an important point. So then I think I need to come back to Karthikeyan once again. FSSAI has been actively, pursuing harmonization of standards. We've had our own challenges when we did that. Do you think similar challenges would be faced by other countries, or do they have more problems than what we had, or less problems?
Well, yeah, we did the harmonization very successfully. Still, we are also doing. Sir, harmonization is not the thing simply just Control-C, Control-V of Codex standards. Cut, copy, paste. It's not harmonization. You first establish your requirement, where do you want, and go for a gap analysis, where it is lacking, where we are lacking. Then go for extensive stakeholder consultation. We did that. All Indian region, all regional, all region, we did that, extensive stakeholder consultation. And we heard where the lacuna is there. Accordingly, and based on our Indian situation, and sometimes based on our Indian available data, we did that harmonization. In case of additives also, even additives also, we have tweaked the several additives, the ML as well as even sometimes somewhere
we are able to do better than what we did before.
Yeah. So, but in case of some countries, sir, I am saying, in other countries, for example, developing countries, the thinking is harmonization is just, okay, go and adopt it. Just even I have been hearing that some countries, nearest and all, they have given the reference in the regulation itself, the Codex standard like so and so. So that is not the way
it is not implementable.
Yeah, that is not the way of implemented one. And second thing, they did not know what is the requirement, what is the gap. So most of the countries, particularly the developing countries, try to harmonize totally, that is, totally copy the standards of the Codex, which will not be benefited. That is one lacuna. Maybe that is due to lack of awareness about the Codex standards as well as about the harmonization.
And Codex standards, when they are set, data has to be provided, as you already said. And if countries are not providing the data and the standard has been set by Codex, and if you simply adopt it rather than adapt, then I think it is not helpful to the country that is copying it.
Yes, yes.
So that gives rise to the issue of generation of data through a risk assessment activity. Yeah. So let me ask Dr. Alka Rao a question. So standard setting, even in FSSAI, and you are the chair of a scientific panel, is supposed to be done, and it is being done through a risk assessment activity carried out by scientific panels and then the scientific committee. My question to you is, how much are our scientific institutions under ICAR, ICMR, CSIR engaged in these activities to support FSSAI in Codex work? Codex work as well as FSSAI. Have you observed any gaps there? And what do you think needs to be done to address that gap? Briefly.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I would certainly like to express my joy. It's a great honor to be in conversation with you here, sir. And yes, I'm in a very responsible chair at the moment. And in core of it, I'm a scientist. So the moment you ask me of risk assessment, the first gap that appears in the mind of a scientist is data. Data is the gap, sir. Then we expand on it. So when we say data, as a chair of a scientific panel or member of panel, in any capacity, be it harmonization of the standards, be it enhancing the value of a standard, or be it creating a new standard, or participation, yes. So everywhere we need data, because it's the scientific evidence, it's the data which gives us the path to set a standard. So now I would also like to quote here what Madam Vinod Kotwal said. Completely I'm in sync with her thoughts. We are a country with huge population. We have limited resources also. However, we cannot say that we lack in capability. You talked about the engagement. Sir, I'm very proud to express this, that FSSAI has very beautifully engaged all your leading scientists, experts from all the leading scientific institutions. The number goes over and above 200. So this is remarkable. As experts in the panels, as scientific committee members, and everywhere we see them. So that capability engagement is pretty much there. Where is the gap then? The engagement in terms of capacity. So there is a provision, as I understand, NETSCO-FAN, which has been created, which is a group of research institutions which is supposed to enable FSSAI with the research data. And there is a full provision. Right now, 43 institutes, I think, have been mapped under 8 different categories. But then what Madam Vinod Kotwal said, we need a structure. That is lacking, sir, once again. It's a structure. Our act provides for. Our rules and regulations are also quite supportive, although there's always a scope for improvement. We have, for all practical purpose, another feather in the cap of FSSAI is the culture they have adopted. The scientific panel, the scientific committees are fairly independent, or I would say quite independent. They command a lot of respect, they command a lot of authority within the authority. So the independence is not really at stake here. The structure and the interlinking is the problem. So there is a provision of risk analysis cell. It is pretty much there. It's probably rudimentary. That structure needs to be revived, and all the NETSCO-FAN and those things have to be stitched in right there before that first risk assessment note is generated for the panel. That is where the data has to be integrated, and that is where the whole exercise will become more scientific. Everybody will be enabled, be it Codex engagement, be it engagement with the scientific panel, be it engagement with the experts or the institutions. And with that, I would like to rest my case. Thank you.
Good, good. I think that's a good input. So what we are trying to understand is what Jasveer just mentioned about the industry engagement, the lack of interest or the lack of understanding, and what Mr. Karthikeyan also mentioned at some places. Though we are able to generate data, but not to the extent it is desirable, not only for the purposes of our domestic regulations, but also for contributing to Codex. So it means that there is some sort of a capacity building need for addressing these things, both for our scientific institutions as well as our industry. You agree with this, Karthikeyan?
Yes, sir.
So then, Dr. Alka Rao, let me come back to you once again. With the discussions that we just had, it seems that we have been only partially able to address the issue, not completely as desirable it is. WHO has taken the initiative of organizing a capacity building program for risk assessment, and he mentioned in his talk about the program that we did in Lucknow. That was a one-off program, but this needs to be continued, because then otherwise it is forgotten. The issue is, do we really need to institutionalize this kind of a capacity building?
It's probably a very wonderful question, sir. Not just a question, it's the need of the hour.
Basically on data generation.
Not only
awareness,
yes,
plus
yes,
what
yes.
Jasveer
I
said.
would again echo what Jasveer ji just now said, that capacity building, capability building, both the things, they can, especially the capability side of it, this can never be one-time story. These are always the continuous processes, and they have to go on, and they have to, even the methods involved have to be evolving with time, with the changing time, the needs and all. So these have to be continuous processes. Then how do we make any such process continuous? Institutionalization definitely is the answer to all of it. When we institutionalize, we give them structure, there is a mechanism operated, the processes are there. So then it takes care of the event which has to happen on a recurrent event. So India needs it, but then there is one more important thing which I always feel, which is true about India. We call it normally the brain drain. Our best always gets exported, be it human resource, be it our product, and our best are not available to us. And I would say, I think the Saab is also one of our best, and there are more in the audience. So as long as we can bring our best back in the system, I'm sure will be able to create better processes, and we'll be able to make the whole training programs, capacity building, capability building sustainable. And with that, I rest my case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sunil Bakshi, can I check a little input? You are the head of regulations as well as Codex. Do you see a possibility that in order to institutionalize this risk assessment activity and the training activity, two things could possibly be done? One is to energize our risk assessment system within the organization, that is FSSAI, and two, do you think it is possible to bring in a sort of a discussion to engage the ICAR, ICMR and CSIR institutions, and how would you like to do that?
Yes, I think this is a very sort of pertinent thing, and the basic requirement of our engagement with Codex, or even having our own food safety regulations and the national food control system. Risk assessment, it really forms the fundamental sort of pillar of any regulatory activity. I remember when I joined Food Safety Authority in 2015, there was almost a finalized proposal of having a risk assessment institute for which the land had also been sort of identified, and it was on the verge of being set up. But then, things keep on changing. We were under lots of pressure at that point of time. Priorities were different, and it somehow got sidelined. Number of times we are trying to make some efforts that this gets again revived. And in that sense, particularly the scientific panels whose work is dependent on risk assessment, they are trying to do some sort of it within their own panels to some extent. But I think that's not the total solution for this. So unless we have this very independent risk assessment center available with the Food Authority, till that time we are not going to be fully equipped with this particular tool.
So I think it's quite clear that some initiative is required in that direction to reinitiate or to re-energize the whole thing, and seek Dr. Gongal's support if he can provide us, maybe we can identify key experts from different ICAR or ICMR institutions and give them a proper training either in the University of Ghent or in BFR,
in fact, or
organize it in India itself.
Precisely, that was the intent when we organized that risk assessment workshop at Lucknow.
So let us start that once again.
It was basically to create a pool of these trained risk assessors, both from the chemical side as well as the microbiological side. And those people who were trained over there, they were supposed to be master trainers to carry out further risk assessment trainings. So we need to push further on that, and I think we could possibly have a further dialogue with WHO in this case and see what best could be done.
Okay, thank you. Sridhar, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, great. So we've had some lively discussion around this area of data generation and contribution to Codex as well as FSSAI standard setting process. Now, on a different note, let me ask you a question. The SPS agreement recognizes food safety standards developed by Codex. And the Codex standards are supposed to be voluntary in nature, and countries are expected to adopt or adapt, copy paste or review them, whatever. But many countries still develop their standards which are stricter than Codex, obviously based on risk assessment as per their level of protection. So when Codex standards are a reference standard in any dispute settlement system, and still countries develop their own standards which are stricter than Codex, how do you explain this dichotomy? What is lacking? Where is the gap? Again, is there any capacity building requirement for countries? How can we address this issue?
Yes, Daviji. So indeed, I think the problem does begin with the lack of capacity. But just let me start off with an example. Obviously, all the members, Codex has 188 members, or 189, including the European Union. And these standards are voluntary, but a lot of countries have added on Codex standards into their national legislation. So in many ways, Codex standards have a national basis. Yeah, thank you. So Codex, while Codex standards have been adopted by 189 members, including the EU, they are still voluntary in nature, and a lot of countries therefore encode Codex into their national legislation. So when they're adopting these standards, and the national agencies, whether it's the FSSAI or any of the other agencies in other countries, are adopting these standards, they are using Codex all the time. So that is the one way to provide them the necessary legal backup through regulations that you can have in every country. Let me give you one example. This is an ongoing example, so I will not name the country which is involved. It's in the Asia. So in one of these countries, the European Union is supporting a very large project on value chains and improving the quality of certain items, commodities, which will of course then be exported to the European Union. So some of these include fish, vanilla, coffee, and others. Now, one of these commodities is now facing a problem that the produce which is being enhanced through this project itself cannot be exported and will not be accepted by the European Union because it does not meet certain stringent non-Codex standards. So we actually now have this situation where we have to deal with the European Union both as a donor organization, but at the same time as a potential importer, and we have to help the country address this requirement. So the way we have thought of and the way we are discussing with the EU is that, look, the EU is a member and so is this particular country. So we can look through the Codex text. So we have the Codex standards for this commodity. We have the Codex recommended codes of practice for hygiene, for handling and storage and so on. And we use that as a template. We develop a package of practices. And so therefore the farmers and the value chain actors who are being funded through the European project to produce this commodity will be able to have a product which can be exported to the European Union. And so we find a way to rise up to this particular standard. Of course, to institutionalize this in the longer term is not going to be so simple because this is a project-supported activity. What we would also always encourage is that here's where the pooling of resources becomes important. So we give the example of ASEAN, that ASEAN itself has quite a diversity of countries. We have the high-income ones, we also have the low-income ones. And all of them are not in a position to do risk assessments and conduct risk analysis. And the only way to do it is jointly. And so therefore we have the ARAC, or the ASEAN Risk Assessment Center, which is based in Malaysia, which then is supported together by the ASEAN bloc and also by other development partners to do those kinds of risk assessment studies. And also here we can take advantage of what is existing in the literature, so such as what's being generated in India, for example, or in China, and use the same information to see where this ASEAN bloc can go with its risk assessment, for instance, of pesticide residues. So we have to mix and match a bit because of the range of countries that we have got, and we certainly need capacity building. And as I mentioned when I was talking about responding to a previous question, in certain countries or in certain, for the ASEAN bloc itself, we've moved on to the next step. So we are not really emphasizing much more on how do you participate in a Codex committee, how do you make your comments, and how do you generally comport yourself, what's the procedure, including electronic working groups now. But now this is more about assured data, which is assured for quality. How do you submit that? How do you submit on time? That's what Karthikeyan was also saying. And how do you ensure that it will be accepted as validated data, which can help them to propose a standard that is in their favor, in favor of the country.
Exactly.
So that's what we are trying to do. So we hope that even SAARC can do that, and obviously, I mean, India is in a great position to lead that.
So this dichotomy can be addressed by being active in risk assessment, data generation, and argue your point of view in a Codex meeting so that whatever standards are set are implementable at the national level. Dr. Gongal, would you like to add anything here? Because I know this is a subject which is very close to you. So very quickly, if you could add a few comments.
Yeah, definitely after this Lucknow workshop, we are not keeping quiet. We are moving slowly because it is not easy task. For example, I'll give you example. France alone is spent €1 million per year for total diet studies. And this is the major issue, that we do not have data, exposure data. Contaminant data, we have a lot. Maybe in these GEMS, we provided 18,000, 20,000. It has no meaning unless we prove that it is a problem for human health. That is one thing. And now we are trying to do, as a first step, we are trying to do systematic analysis of chemical content in food. So now we have 3 WHO collaboration centers in Asia, one in Beijing, one in Hong Kong, one in Singapore. Now we are trying to discuss how to do systematic analysis of chemical content in food. And 4 categories we have already mentioned: pesticide, veterinary dog residue, mycotoxin, and heavy metals. So that will be our focus. And it is very encouraging to note that China is already doing 6 rounds of total diet studies. And they are not limiting to those which we are discussing here: nicotinamide, dioxin, and those of concern in high-income countries. They are focusing on that one. So, as Sridhar has mentioned, India must take lead role. And it is not only, we should not talk only about export. What about domestic consumption?
Exactly. Exactly.
And this is the main issue. You see, India itself is a big market. There is no need to export, you see. Exporting not only product, but also human resources. So that is the major problem. And how to create a conducive environment so that people can work here. So that is a major challenge. And that's why we are continuing that discussion. For example, Singapore may provide a lot of generate lot of data and information because they do not produce anything, they import. And they have to test each and every sample, and then they can generate data. Which is needed for risk analysis. And when we organize here this in Lucknow, we have representative from BFR as well as Hong Kong, and BFR is ready to work with us. So it should be the priority of FSSAI as a government priority, so that even European EU delegation in New Delhi, they are in contact with us and they are ready to help. So it is important that the government should give priority to this one, and I think we will get support from different institutions as well as networks. So otherwise it is not going to happen. And India is interest of international bodies as well as FAO and WHO, because if we do something in India, that is not only for India but also for neighboring countries. So in that way, we have to see how we can initiate, and as Sridhar mentioned, as a lead country, we should try to move to that direction. And total diet studies, food consumption data, these are the basic thing. Otherwise, we'll be talking same, you see. So that's why it is very complex and difficult task, but we have to start from somewhere.
So, Bakshi ji, I think you really have to scratch your head. Okay. Little, connected question to Dr. Murli. The SPS agreement requires the exporting country to comply with the standards of the importing country. There are issues relating to pesticides which have endocrine disrupting properties. And we've been trying to handle this. India has been, not we, but India has been trying to handle this in the CCPR as well as the Codex Commission, but have not been able to find a solution, right, Karthikeyan? In such a situation, where you're not able to take a step forward, you're not able to move forward in Codex, how to handle this situation? What should a country do? Is it that you just leave it where it is? Is there something that can be done?
and if something can be done, what is it that can be done, and what do we need to do in India to resolve this kind of issue? Briefly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, FSSAI, for having me here. Now, sir has asked a very important question, and when we are talking about, let me briefly tell you from where I'm coming from. I'm an odd man out. I did a research in economics, and I was accidentally pushed into the area of SPS and TBT.
And where you have excelled.
Yeah, I don't know whether I have excelled or not, but I have done my bit of work. So in fact, my first instance of I got a hit when I was asked to work on non-tariff measures. At that point, I thought non-tariff measures is very easy. It's just like tariff. So you have data for each tariff line, and you can work on it. But then, for my surprise, I realized non-tariff measures are a completely different animal, and they're very difficult to analyze, and both SPS and TBT, extremely difficult to analyze, because although they are mandated to notify, but these notifications are broadly notified. They are just having product description, they do not have HS codes. To start, I started from there. So then I had to assign HS codes for each of these notifications. So my first interaction with non-tariff measures was to put HS code, assign HS codes to each of the notifications. Then I created a database out of it. So that is there out there. But to answer your question, sir, we have to actually look at what has been notified to the WTO, maybe in 2000, and what has been implemented when. Maybe in 2012 they would have implemented upon that notification. So, and they would have refused our product as entry into the market. So we have to know this, what is the HS code, what is the chemical, what is the benchmark of level of detection, what they've identified, and what is the reason they have cited. And whether that reason is the same as the WTO notification, then they are correct. Because then what it means is that we were sleeping. Okay. So for the period of time, a comment is actually 60 days. So during that period, either we were sleeping or institutions in India did not act. So this is one part of the question, one part of the answer. The other part is, there is a huge amount of asymmetry in the data, which we are working with, when we are looking at the Codex itself. See, when you are talking about Codex, it has about 11,000 plus MRLs, but some of the countries have 39,000 and 33,000. So what does the count of MRL tell you is that many of those MRLs are non-Codex MRL, as our experts from FA, what was he very good? Where was he from?
Sridhar from FAO.
Sridhar was mentioning. So non-Codex MRL, how do you handle? A country has legitimate right to impose such measure, because if they produce a risk assessment dossier or if it is based on scientific justification, it has all the right. We cannot say but then the most important part is the risk assessment. Where does the country borrow the risk assessment from? Is it its own, or is it borrows from a completely different country? Now in this context, an analysis of the risk assessment based on daily food intake is very, very important. I would like to stop there.
So if we are sleeping, then the only option is to continue to sleep.
No, we have to wake up. We have to wake up. We have to run.
No, if we have missed the bus, that 60 days time is over and the standard has been notified.
No, sir.
What do you do?
I think, most often what we see is, in the context of endocrine disruptors, there are about 588 endocrine disruptors identified in European Union. Finally, I think they're only implementing with respect to 20 or odd, but there has been a huge amount of default measures, that is 0.01, what was mentioned by Karthikeyan, is imposed on some of our products. And we have done some study in 2016 where, I mapped the CAS to HS codes, and then I also looked at the legislations of the European directives of European Union, And then I looked at, plant and textiles, and then I somehow mapped the HS codes. And then I finally submitted that report to the Department of Commerce. So the June 2016, the endocrine disruptors were 3 notifications, 1 SPS and 2 TBT. They've designed, pretty well, 1 SPS and 2 TBT. So, so it was well planned and done and executed very well. So this study was commissioned to me internally around July. So I submitted my report in November. So initially 1 month was given to me to work on this report. And at that point itself I was telling them, it is difficult work because there is a huge amount of data gap. One of the prominent things which comes out is from the whole of this discussion is data gap.
So certainly I think some interaction between FSSAI and IAFT, the Center for WTO Studies, needs to be there. So I hope people from FSSAI are taking note of that. Let me shift to a different subject now. Jasveer, as a member of the industry, what is your current expectation, or what is your expectation from the current skill force that you have, BTechs and MTechs, coming into the food processing? I'm not talking of your company, but industry in general. Are there any deficiencies or challenges that you are facing, or what are the gaps that you are noting that these new employees should have and they do not have that skill set? What needs to be done, not only just for the country but also for the international market?
So I think one gap or one challenge that we do have is this whole area of risk assessment and regulatory decision making, the needs for regulatory decision making. These are not part of the curriculum in most of the places. So these students, they end up joining an organization and then learning it on the way. They are not taught the basics of regulatory sciences. How do you make regulatory decisions? I do see that there is some change which is happening on the ground, because I do get a lot of requests from various universities and colleges to take up lectures for their undergrads or postgraduate students on regulations, particularly in food sciences. But I think still that becoming a widespread phenomena, that's a standard part of curriculum, that stage we have not reached as yet. So that's one part of the gap. The other part of the gap is that unfortunately, even within the scientific institutes or the research institutes, their reward mechanisms do not value these kind of professional research as much as they value a basic research. Their reward mechanisms are still based on impact factors, on patents and publications, where this kind of risk assessment work do not get the due recognition that it deserves.
It doesn't have a place there.
It doesn't have a place there. And to be very candid and blunt about it, a scientist who's working on risk assessment area finds it difficult to justify the tag of a scientist in those places. So, and that creates a huge sort of barrier for scientists who are in those places to actually get into these areas, because for their professional careers, it is much more lucrative to get into basic sciences. So you have these kind of gaps both at the entry level education to the professional level education, which are there. And certain changes are happening. Hopefully over a period of time, these things will become a widespread part of curriculum in a standard sort of curriculum in most of the places. But till that time, this is what we are facing.
Maybe FSSAI will have to drive it. Okay, Dr. Murali, one picture is clearly emerging from this discussion, is that capacity building at the university level is critical. Capacity building not just about regulatory work, but also on the scientific work. And we had a good discussion in the first technical session, which also laid importance to the scientific work. So this needs to be looked at, this needs to be strengthened. What role can our ministries like Commerce Ministry, Agriculture Ministry, Health Ministry play, or even the Skills Development Ministry or the Education Ministry, what role can they play in addressing these issues?
So to address it, I think there are
Then I come to Dr. Alka to provide her inputs for the scientific institutions, similar inputs.
There are two aspects here: food safety, which is pure science, and based on science, you can come out with some idea about how much MRL can be fixed. But then there is the other side, which is commercial interest. So, a balance between these two is where the problem lies. And the solution also lies in that. So, if you can address the commercial interest angle correctly, having a strong foundation of food safety addressed concerned into the commercial angle, without compromising not much on the food safety aspect, but diluting some bit of commercial aspects, I think that's a path forward. And in that direction, I think the Department of Commerce or any trade minister or any ministry for economics, for manufacturing, industry, or for that matter, agriculture, in this issue, it's agriculture which is the most critical. Coordination between Ministry of Agriculture and Department of Commerce,
Health, and others,
and FSSAI, and FICCI, all these bodies become industry, farmers, educational institutions become very important. Since the data is the largest gap in this all, I think we should have mechanisms. We can use PERT CPM model to maybe so that we can come up with a speedy result, and so different arms collect and supply data on different aspects, and that can be solved.
Alkaji, do you share the same views with respect to the scientific institutions that we have?
Sure, then there is a little more I would like to add to it. I think it's about engaging the stakeholders that we are discussing at the moment. And I believe in context of our previous discussions regarding risk assessment as well, I would like to just link it with that. Much of our harmonization exercise and all other things have been limited, gets limited in terms of the kind of exposure data we have or we don't have. That is our biggest limitation. So hazard characterization is pretty much same. You do it in Ireland, or you do it in Japan, or you do it in India. So that is not really the limitation. You can still get the ADI. So we get stuck at the level of when it comes to the exposure, and that is where the risk definition has to come in the picture. So if I may quote CEO FSI, because right here, so it's his word only. So he wanted to engage more people, and he's been requesting the panel for quite some time now that we grow in our role now. We make recommendations. What kind of studies the panel needs so that the organization can take up and commission those surveys and all. So considering the India's situation where we have, our plate is very different. You move a couple kilometers, and also it is not the same which was there when we got independence. There's a lot of change. Globalization has happened. So it is foolish to think that we are eating the same old traditional food today, which was there that time. So it has to be again a constant endeavor. So for that, the stakeholder engagement is very, very critical. So for the survey kind of studies, so the exposure is something which is largely obtained through surveys, commissioned surveys. So that can get penetrated to the levels of universities, to the level of graduate students. And there is no harm, but there is another area where probably FSSAI as a single point needs to invest in, collect that data and emerge as a data analysis hub. India has extraordinary capacity in that area, and that is where we can probably make mark even at the level of Codex. We engage our grassroots, and then we make it big at the level of our center, and we build our data analysis capacity. We analyze, and it should be live, so that everybody is facilitated in harmonizing exercise or even providing newer insights.
So it's clearly, it appears that there is some sort of a collaboration that is required, and I think FSSAI can certainly take the lead. And if CEO has already expressed this interest in this direction, perhaps this is the right time to think about setting up that risk assessment center, engaging with WHO to provide training to identified experts for carrying out the scientific work for data generation, the exposure studies and all that.
Sir, I would like to add something.
Yeah.
The solution lies in Ramayana. You can be the Ram and you can build the Ram Setu. So Ram Setu required all the animals to collaborate.
Yeah.
So I think you can be the Ram and you can lead, and then we all will follow you.
Okay, so Dr. Murli, I have been a product of IIFT, but almost 50 years ago. Do you have courses in international trade aspects in safe food? I'm defining the word food with safe.
No, sir.
You don't have. So do you see a collaborative work with FSSAI?
Right. Always welcome, sir.
Because
we can
you have done some work on the SPS.
Yes. I have introduced market access course.
You have introduced market access courses, yes. But if some sort of a collaborative work for introducing market access courses in safe food for our industry, for our scientific institutions, perhaps it might be a good idea?
Why not?
Maybe FSSAI and IIFT can think of having some discussion. Let me move to some people sitting in the audience. Dr. Sudarshan, can I ask you a question? You're the chair of the CCSCH. It was set up 10 years ago and we are celebrating the 10th anniversary. In the past, you were also the director of the Spices Board of India, right?
Yes.
In your opinion, after the CCSCH was formed, has that led to capacity building in the spices sector?
Yes, sir. Spices Board is continuously engaged in capacity building exercise at different levels, right from farmers level, aggregators level, processors, and manufacturers.
So this has led to overall development of the value chain?
Yes.
After India became the host country for spices?
In 10 years' time, whatever could happen, I'm sure it is happening. So, but, as Dr. Alakarao said, it's a continuous process.
Yeah, of course. I agree with you.
Where, the dynamics of production system vary. So it has to be a continuous process, and it is happening.
In the past, we have co-hosted, I think, CCFH and CCPR. Am I right? CCCF. And CCCF as well. Do you think a co-hosted Codex meeting in India, where a lot of people can sit and listen to what is happening, say for example in Codex Committee on Food Labeling or Codex Committee on Food Inspection and Certification, CCFIX, do you think this is going to help?
Co-hosting of Codex session is always beneficial, proposition. In fact, when we co-hosted CCPR, CCFH and CCCF, it was basically, till that time we were not the hosts for this Spices Committee, it was not in existence. So the idea was that we give this experience to a larger audience within India, because you can't send a very big delegation to Codex meetings.
Yeah.
So this is to get them a first-hand experience of what the Codex meetings are and how we can participate in those Codex meetings and make beneficial sort of contributions, in which case also the country gets benefited.
So probably CCFL and CCFX might be good candidates for organizing co-hosting meetings. Or
in fact, at some point of time, we were trying that fresh fruits and vegetables should be organized
among the
here
commodities,
because we have a very large interest in that. But yes, some of these committees could be identified and possibly it could be, I mean, seen if some co-hosting could be done in those sessions.
Okay, Raj, can I bother you? I would like you to have the last word. I want to ask you, as two leading countries in the Southwest Pacific, Australia and New Zealand, what kind of capacity building programs are you organizing in these Southwest Pacific countries, the remaining 10 countries that you have in the Southwest Pacific? What kind of programs are you doing? What are actually the focus areas?
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay. It's a very good question. Just to give you a brief history of capacity building engagement from Australia and New Zealand in the Southwest Pacific region, which comprises of 10 small island states of the Southwest Pacific. These are countries with a very small population. The largest one would be Fiji, which is close to 1 million. At the other end of the spectrum, you have Cook Islands, which has got only 16,000 people. And they're all members of Codex. So how do you develop a capacity building program for these different countries? You could argue from the point of the starting point, you could say they all have a common interest. They all have an interest in food safety, and we need to all facilitate and enable them to. So that's the benchmark. But tailoring a capacity building program is the challenge and is where the effort needs to go into. I can say my first involvement in a capacity building program in the Pacific was almost 25 years ago. We ran a workshop in Tonga at that time, jointly by the FAO Sub-Regional Office in the Southwest Pacific in Samoa. And we organized a training program very much focused on what the Trust Fund Successor Program is doing now. So in some ways, the capacity building program in the Pacific preceded the Trust Fund focus on strengthening capacity at the national level. Because if you look at the Trust Fund 1, the focus was very much on getting people to the meetings. But when they went back, they didn't have any institution to report to. So there was no way in which they could pick up the knowledge and training and experience that they gained. So I think the focus of the Trust Fund is a good one. I would simply say that what we are now looking at is very much trying to tell these countries, and many of these countries, Cook Islands is a good example. The person who is dealing with Codex is also dealing with the World Organization for Animal Health and also plant health. And it's often multitasking. So expectations out of these countries has to be very, very realistic. So focus has to be really on what are the core areas of food safety interests they have, what are the particular priorities where Codex can help, and then design a program around it. One of the things that we are most recently doing, New Zealand has agreed to support Samoa through a trust fund project, what is called a twinning program, whereby we get them into country, they sit with us, and they observe how we do things on a day-to-day basis. And we expose them to our technical people, and they learn from that exchange on what are some of the things they can. So they go back. But one other point I'll emphasize, just to close this comment, it's important in any capacity building program to have a clear set of actions that can be followed up. And we need to keep at them to make sure that the work gets done. Again, none of us can be blamed for this. We go back and we are diverted into other things, activities, and so on. So if there is to be a impact out of these programs, There needs to be some clear accountabilities and clear measures of progress, and then ownership ultimately. And one final comment is we need to get high-level recognition right from day one. Without that high-level recognition, you won't get some of the things that was mentioned this morning: financial resources, technical capacity building, and most importantly. And the last word is, attending Codex meetings is not the be-all and end-all. Going to Codex meetings is only one way. More importantly, what do you get out of Codex? So countries, part of the capacity build programs, what are the priorities and where does the effort needs to go to? Those are some of the observations. But we continue to provide the support. We'll continue to identify, and core issues are focusing on areas that are of particular relevance. And one example was that the standard for bitter cassava that the Fresh Fruits and Vegetables Committee reviewed was very much a good example where the standard actually benefited the countries of the Pacific, because the original Codex standard did not cover the varieties of cassava that were being grown in that region. And the other example is the kava standard. Although kava is a traditional beverage, it didn't fit neatly as a food item. The Codex conventional definition of food in many countries and national jurisdictions did not. So Australia and New Zealand never allowed kava into the country. Pacific Islanders used to bring it and consume it as social drink and so on. But the moment Australia and New Zealand developed a Codex standard, a New Zealand-Australia standard under our joint system, it opened the way for the Pacific region to have a standard. And that's really been immensely helpful from an economic perspective for these countries. So the bottom line is, what's in it for these countries? And that point is one of the critical things.
So, which means that advocacy at the highest level was important.
Yep.
Good. Thank you, Raj. Before, we've just a couple of minutes left. I know I'm conscious of the time. I'm continuously watching my watch. May I invite a couple of comments or questions from the audience, maybe just two of them? Yes, please. Please identify yourself and then ask the question, and please identify the person to whom you want to ask this question.
So, sir, this is Nishant Kumar. I'm from the food industry. Right now, I'm working with the Win Greens Farm Limited, Win Greens Farms, earlier also associated with the Nestle R&D. In industry, I have 16 years of the experience, more than that, especially in the food safety and regulatory. So before asking the question, I will put a remark, and then that question will come out of that remarks. So yeah, I have attended both the session of this forum, this meeting, and on that I can say that this Codex is a forum of intellectuals and with the expertise in the food law. Same with the FSSAI. This is a regulatory authority, and both the Codex and FSSAI, they develop standards and regulations for the food industries, and same need to be implemented by the food business operator or the food industry.
So what's your question then?
So that's why I said it will come after the remark. So these regulations and standards are normally complicated in the nature and difficult to interpret, and still responsibility lies on the food business operator to comply with it, since this is a mandatory one. So now my question came. So are Codex and regulatory authority, so like FSSAI, are they working on any simplification of standards and regulations, basics, risk assessment for more effective and consent-based implementation by the food business operators? So this is my question.
Karthikeyan, would you like to respond to him very quickly, because we have hardly any time left?
I want to take a clarity. What do you mean by the simplification? How you are seeing that?
So I can say that. So there are a number of examples which I can share, but right now, since there is a limited time. So for example, there is this regulation, this notification that the food industries are supposed to conduct the contamination, toxin and residue based test after each 6 months. And in the industry, since so this industry normally all the food business operators, they conduct religiously after 6 months of each year.
I think this is not an issue related to the capacity building work. Can we have this discussion offline?
No,
on a bilateral basis?
No, on this, just give me 1 minute, because this is related to the regulation. These, as we say, that the standards and regulations we develop for the industry, these results almost comes not a single result, not a single lab report, so you will found deviation. Still, regulation says that these pesticides are very serious to all the human beings, but still there is no such risk assessment that if any food industry continuously having no such deviation for a couple of years, still there is no such kind of the risk assessment that it can be relaxed for 1 year or 2 years. So those kind of risk assessment, so which are a part of a capacity building, nowhere in the regulation seems evident. So there are a number of the examples like that. So that's because this entire thing of the capacity and risk assessment, so that's why I relate
you want to
with
respond?
that.
Okay.
I think I have understood this question.
Yes.
So thank you very much for asking this question. We have 219 companies, private agencies who are involved in the capacity building. Now they conduct training programs regularly throughout the country by inviting the stakeholders, and the risk assessment is looked after by the quality checking in the labs. Now, if just for the information of the gathering here, we have registered almost all 1.5 lakh cases. So some of them are civil cases, some of them criminal cases who have not complied with the regulations. So two things I'm addressing here, if I understood your question correctly, that is any non-compliance in the regulation related to risk management is dealt by our regular surveillance sampling and other samplings that we do. And secondly, it is very important that yes, we have to strengthen the capacity of those who are indulging or involving in this business. So for that we have 219 companies who are regularly in the process of organizing training programs and capacity building for this. I hope I have answered your question.
In fact, the entire question of mine was based on the risk assessment and the capacity building related to the standards, because in the entire session, this was being discussed that when we do this activity of the harmonization in relation with the WTO or the Codex standards, so developing countries number of times they simply implement the standard as it is, despite of taking the local structure, despite of considering the local requirement, like the local country requirement. So if this was...
No, that is being harmonized. It is being harmonized based on the local levels. That's why we take our inputs. Everybody's inputs are taken before we frame the regulations. It doesn't happen that just because USA has taken one regulation, okay, let us follow USA. Europe has taken a regulation, let's follow the regulation. It doesn't happen like that. It doesn't happen that way. You're putting 2-3 things together, but we'll discuss offline on this.
See, what he's saying is that when standards are developed and notified, there is a draft notification where you can respond and send your comments to FSSAI. There's a SPS inquiry point. I think we have the SPS inquiry point sitting here. Sakshi, please send your comments and these can be considered. Yeah, so let's have a discussion bilaterally outside. Any other suggestion or question from anyone? If there is none, so let me quickly draw up the conclusions of this session, which I have thought that have come out of this discussion. And I'll appreciate if somebody from FSSAI or FICCI can take note for subsequent follow-up action. So, first of all, what came out clearly was that a number of awareness programs concerning Codex are required in the country, maybe at 3-4 places maximum, for smaller institutions, for SMEs. This is one thing that I think came out. The second thing about risk assessment, some conclusions came out that the scientific committees and the scientific panels, which probably could have a discussion amongst themselves as to what are the needs for standard setting before they give their scientific opinion for a risk management decision by FSSAI. What should be done? And maybe a discussion with FSSAI could be with the risk management body, the regulations division, they can have a discussion as to what needs to be done to take on risk assessment activities. Maybe, if necessary, identify about 25 to 30 willing experts for training, set up a risk assessment center or revive that work which was stopped a few years ago. Then what came out of this discussion was a collaborative work between our scientific institutions, which I'm sure FSSAI can facilitate, and a greater role for FAO and WHO in organizing these training programs. And I'm sure if this risk assessment group is formed with 15, 20 people, 30 people, and WHO can probably organize these trainings in India with the help of BFR or the University of Ghent or from Hong Kong. A long drawn training, not a 4-day training or 5-day training. Perhaps that might be required. Then what came out was a review of the university level food safety courses, possibility of a collaboration between FSSAI and IAFT, co-hosting of Codex sessions in India, and a larger discussion at the ministry level as to what are our priorities for standard setting and what are our priorities for participation in Codex meetings, so that we can enhance the quality of our participation through providing scientific data. Hope I have not missed out any point. So before I step out of the talk table, I would like to thank the fellow panelists, 4 of you sitting here, and Sridhar from Bangkok, extremely knowledgeable panelists, and that made the conversation very worthwhile. And we really came up with some good ideas. Many thanks to Mr. Bakshi, the CEO, who is also sitting here, Raj, Mr. Sridhar, Dr. Sudarshan, Dr. Gungal, for their inputs in between while we were going ahead with this discussion. Thank you, respected audience, for being patient with us. Thank you once again for the great opportunity.
Thank you very much to the technical session too. It was a very useful session. Dave Saab on behalf of all have already thanked all the panelists. In fact, it was a great interaction and listening to them was very, very engrossing. Now may I request Dave Saab to please, as a token of appreciation to the panelists, hand over to first, थोड़ा सा जगह बना लेते हैं. To Dr. Jasveer, to Dr. Murali, to Shri Karthikeyan ji. We thank Dr. Sridhar, who could join online. Obviously, we're not able to give him the appreciation. Just one second, sir. May I request Shri Raj, please, to give a token of appreciation to Shri Daveji. That is how we do it. Sir, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Raj.
Thank you. Sir. With this, we come to an end to our technical sessions. So we have 2 things which we need to do now. One is, I would request Ms. Shreya Pandey, co-chair Wiki Codex Cell, to extend the vote of thanks. After that, we will have a cake cutting session with the high tea. Ms. Shreya, please.
Thank you, sir. After the two very invigorating sessions, we've come to an end of today's seminar and proceedings. But before we go to the cake cutting, I think I have the proud privilege to deliver a vote of thanks to people who've worked behind the scene to make this event possible today. We've been working and hoping that this event comes possible for the last couple of months. First, I'd like to thank our speakers and dignitaries, our chairperson and Secretary Health, Shri Sudhanshu Pant, our CEO FSSAI, Sir Kamalawardhan Rao, Vice Chair Codex, Rajraj Shekhar Sir, Codex NCCP, Dr. Bakshi, and other members of the Codex team who joined us online. Also like to thank Matt, coming here all the way from FI, Dr. Gongal, Dr. Sudarshan, and other speakers, Dr. Aditya, Dr. Alka, who could grace the occasion today. Secondly, I would like to thank all the FSSAI members who've helped us in the 60-year celebration. Bakshi sir, once again, Karthikeyan sir, Hina, Mandeep, Manpreet, Bishnoi, and Dr. Monica, as well as other team members in case I've forgotten to mention their specific contributions. FICCI Organizing Committee, Anirudh sir, Varsha, Priya for working behind the scenes on getting all the things done for the seminar today. Special thanks also to our Guru, Dr. Dave. Thank you, sir, for guiding us all through and getting this show done and getting this seminar online. We hope that the takeouts from here can be worked further, and also Sanjay sir for being our guiding force as always in SIFTI FICCI. Also thank to our partners who have contributed to make this event: Abbott, Amway, Dr. Reddy's, Hershey, KFC, Mondelez, Nestle, Perfetti, and last but not the least, FIA and FSSAI. Thank you once again to our rapt audience who've been here since the morning, who've been patiently listening, as well as to the IHC staff for making this event possible, for all the technical support. Thank you once again. Namaskar.
So may I request all the speakers to come just before the dais for a group picture. Sir, please. Rao sir, all the speakers. Aditya, please. Karthikeyan sir, please. All the speakers, just for a group photo. Matt, yeah, thank you. आपको ऊपर से ये दिखाई नहीं देगा ना? आ जाएंगे ना? So now we'll have the cake cutting ceremony. I request Priya to please suggest how do we do it.
introduced my family and all the guests now that cake cutting should replace the fruit cutting. All the birthdays or last 1 month, I have celebrated 3-4 birthdays and they listen to me and they replace cake because it is sugar, HFSS.
All the essential ingredients.
So big fruit was there. So many fruits were there. I did not know. Cake cutting is replaced the fruit cutting.
Happy birthday, dear Codex. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. Everybody's eating. Everybody's interesting.